doing it just yet.
No way! Press Control Peanut, though, combined for a pair of kills. Gonna be even now on the board. Dev Colddoom just yeast themselves onto point and pays for it with their life.
Nobody's checking. He's got one, a second, a third to be had.
Stuck it has a 2-goal lead. Look at that touch.
What an amazing redirect.
This is the one. Oh my god.
UH.
Which, well, what?
Falcon's going to center it up to Keegan. Keegan gets just barely a tire on it.
This Razor, who out the doorway is able to walk away with a kill. Klinger hops in the doorway. Conwa there as well. You can't walk away with the kills, and there's no time left.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NACE Starleague Valorant Finals. We're kicking things off in the Premier Division. It is a beautiful matchup and a beautiful story and two beautiful people on the desk. My name is Los, joined by Vincent, the brain himself. And oh, I can't wait. That's a fresh haircut, my guy.
Thank you. I'm so glad you noticed. I didn't tell you. I was going to figure out if you actually noticed or not. You're true friend, Los. With that said, I'm so very excited to get things started. This is going to be great. We have 4 teams today. All 4 of them are top 10 teams, arguably. The Saints being the exception. We'll talk a little bit about that later on, but I'm so pumped to get this started.
Absolutely. Kicking things off, it's St. Clair Saints versus Oklahoma Christian University. And this has been such a wild advance, specifically from the Saints. And we got to talk about that series in the round of 4. That's them taking down Northwood 2-1. And in convincing fashion. In the maps that they won, it was 13-6 and 13-5.
Well, Los, that's fair. That did happen, but there is some caveats to that. Number one, Northwood playing without Darkest, one of their long-standing members, really good player, very clutch player, and Ferbsa had about 100 ping throughout that series. So I don't want to take anything away from St. Clair, but then they immediately lost 0-3 to Northwood 2 days later in CVAL. So I'm not saying it's not valid. What I am saying is that there's understandable caveats to that victory.
So I have to say, Vincent, sometimes losing is better than winning because Northwood realized, oh, how do we beat St. Clair? Oh, they figured that out and made the adjustments for a quick 3-0. But on the other side of this bracket, we're talking OC Esports. And when you look at this team, it's just a trail of pain. Only having a real major struggle against Mizzou, taking it all the way to map 3. But otherwise, this team has been on a tear since the regular season. And I just can't wait to see both these squads get in the server because they have, as far as I know, never competed against each other.
Certainly not in the NACE Starleague, that's for sure. The other side of this conversation with regard to OC is that they're a team that I'd say that they've looked good against teams that they should be beating, but they've also shown some weaknesses against other very high-level teams, like, for example, Mizzou. Mizzou is another team that's in that top 10 conversation and is absolutely strong throughout, has been absolutely strong throughout this semester. And the fact that OC did struggle a little bit against that Mizzou roster does give me some question marks, maybe, about what their current level is at. I think that they're actually relatively beatable for a team like St. Clair, who right now, Los, look so incredibly good at the moment. It's been absolutely outstanding how St. Clair have moved from a team that's been a little shaky earlier on this season, then had a couple of tough maps throughout the season in different leagues across the collegiate space, and now they've just started looking better and better at the right time. As we take a look, though, at the players going to be taking the server for this, there's some changes you might see since we haven't seen St. Clair on, I think, this stream at all this season. Some changes made between last semester and this semester, and that has to do with Seth and Sushi jumping in, replacing Jello and Scrubby at the beginning of the semester. And like I said, they looked shaky, but they've really started to show that they have what it takes.
Yeah, we have the mainstays as well of Caillou, Fort Tapping, and Mzuwu, who have certainly lit up the server previously. And looking over to the side of Oklahoma Christian University, we've got Entry, Wheaties, Eli, Saint, and Instinct. And one player that we have to point out that this is going to be a bit of an issue, a bit of a difference maker, certainly when it comes to these grand finals, is the lack of glyph in the server.
Yeah, I think that I haven't gotten actually like an answer. So I'm going to assume the roster that we have is Wheaties. Last time we had Wheaties as the rostered player and then Glyph was playing. So until we get in the server, I don't know if that's true, but if Glyph is not here, that is a concern. No disrespect to Wheaties, but Glyph is an incredible player that has essentially been one of the ones to watch for this OC squad, has boosted them up from what is a really good team to a great team, to a top 5 team, currently number 3 in the power ranking. So as we take a look at the map pool that we have here, Los, you had some ideas, you had some thoughts about Pearl. Let's talk about that.
You know, I think Pearl is definitely one of the most exciting maps that we have in the competitive pool at this point, because there's so many options that you can bring to the table. We haven't had an established meta of what the agent selection is going to be. Players are still experimenting. Do I want to bring a Phoenix onto this map? Do I want to bring a Fade? Because Phoenix, who has generally been trashed on in the competitive scene, has some serious viability with all the corners that you can play around. The run it back is so much more useful. It's just engaging. Astra has had a great amount of utility here and usage here, but Brimstone is still available in play. And that's what I love, when there is that diversity in agent compositions. And we're looking to the next map of Ascent where you get absolutely none of that. And even seeing the Harbor as well as the Viper, nobody has the full domination, the full state here on Pearl. And that's what you love to see.
It is indeed. And I think that if I'm being honest, I think that this actually, overall map pool wise, favors St. Clair a little bit. They're the underdogs in this. I mentioned power rankings. They're currently sitting at number 12, but they've been on the come up, and they've been continuing to do some really good stuff at highest level here. And I mean, they did recently in that Northwood game beat Northwood on Ascent. So the fact that we're headed to Ascent and they're also good at Pearl, I think gives them a potential advantage going into this. But we're going to get that first map started, get it going. And with Pearl, it looks like it's going to be the Saints starting out on the defensive side. We'll see you on the attack.
This is a moment, not just for OCU, but for St. Clair Saints to get things started. Such a long-awaited time, and look at that. 3 players forward aggress onto B long, and they want to continue this fight, push their opponents, OCU, all the way back into spawn.
Time, certainly a little bit of an interesting pause there to me. I like that for OCU. They're just waiting, looking, preparing, and they go back. And look at this rotation. The Saints, they thought they've cleared things out. And, well, they did temporarily, but now that patience is paying off.
Are you not too interested in waiting around, and that curiosity will get the best of them, but now you have 3 players on mid, eliminating that issue. But
Chat Los.
Spike planted.
Good rotation now as a spike going down. And I mean, SEC, they're just going to honestly be in trouble getting into this position. Just taking these fights in enough time to have a chance to defuse the spike is going to be tough. But nonetheless, they do approach, and 3 players from long. This is
a strong retake scenario, and such a wacky, I would have to say, a wacky pistol round. But with this positioning in the post play, it's going to be nigh impossible for St. Clair Saints to do much of anything. And I'm really surprised about the efficacy that the Frenzy is bringing out, but now Ems is here. Ems Woo limits it down into a 1v1, but the clock is ticking. And there's not much they could have done in the first place, but it definitely seemed that they were lighting things up for a brief moment.
good work there. OCU, like I said, I mean, it all comes down to that initial check from St. Clair. They were doing a good job of being proactive, trying to find information early into the pistol round. Unfortunately for them, though, what happened afterwards is, well, just some good patience for OCU. They denied that information and then walked back as soon as they heard SEC walk away. So, with that, the move in towards second round. I'm going to see the Saints stack up on the A site, do what they can. Though, unfortunately for them, it's a B side approach.
Here for just to relay that information, but with the toxic screen falling, I mean, they don't have too much of that to give. Aftershock might be a bit of an issue for them, though. Consideration A rotation away from A site, you'll see the scrambling amount of players. Hoping to find something else going on.
Well, they've been so passive, OCU, though, that it's allowed for this rotation for the Saints. They were stacking A, of course, but now they know what's going on. Aggression up towards Art. Now comes the push onto site. A little dash forward for entry, making the moves, and this is going to be a plant. Now it's just a question of how much damage can be done to the Oklahoma Christian economy by St. Clair with the limited weaponry that they do have online.
Without firepower, at least they have numbers. There is a possibility that just throwing bodies on the line might be able to relieve their opponents of some of their purchased weapons. Coming up with a rush on the frenzy. Unfortunately, it leads into instinct spray down, and at least one is taken for their troubles.
And they're just going to be looking for one or two additional frags to walk away from, but that seems so difficult working around the high tide as well. They'll take the fights eventually. Though, is anybody going to go down to this? Oh, it was awful close, but nope, all good. OC, they'll get away victorious into this one, and a 2-0 start, and a really clean one at that. First round goes incredibly well. That early information gathering from St. Clair doesn't work in their favor like they would have hoped, and though they stacked the wrong site, they're able to get a kill anyway, but nothing more.
Now we got the real deal. At least for St. Clair's, right? They're going to be able to bring in some rifles. There still is the Bulldog in here for Saint as well. I mean, and you know what I say, Vincent. Bulldog's got to eat.
Obviously. If you're not letting the Bulldog bark, then you're doing it wrong. This is what we saw from OC back on Pearl in their match against Mizzou. Is that they constantly were applying pressure to this B-long area. Of course, that actually worked out great for them, at least early on. And then it sort of also fell away from them once it got later into the game. I'm wondering if we're going to see similar adjustments for the side of St. Clair. They did end up winning that map, though, did OCU.
From Eli, checking all their corners. However, no one here from St. Clair. Being Caillou and a move forward tapping. Up top, no attempts. Puts in a little bit of damage, followed by the guiding light. Eli has no chance for an escape. And keeping themselves alive is the most important factor here. Finding those shots and then playing for their life. Incredibly important. But Glyph putting in some damage over on Link, but it's quickly taken away.
This pushes OC into a really tough spot. Like, where do you go from here? The high tide further applying pressure, and if you go through it, I mean, you're going to be in trouble. Yeah, I mean, that cuts off any possibility of a trade here from Saints, and Ims will just take that down quickly and easily. First round for St. Clair, and it's a pretty dominant one at that. They take the space and end up winning the key fights over towards the mid connector, and then... well, unfortunately, in the 2v4, there was not a lot that could be done with that high tide coming down at, what, 20 seconds left? And I think it lasts about 15 seconds, if I'm remembering correctly. So there really wasn't time to wait it out.
Yeah, it seemed that Saint thought, I'm buying next round. Let me just see what I can do before I go down. If we could take a rifle off of them a second,
full send.
Could be a critical factor. Not to be the case this time. We got rifles all around the board, but still half shields for some of the players for Oklahoma.
An adjustment as well this round. We've been seeing, and I pointed it out before, that they've tended to go for that early B aggression pretty much every round, trying to show some presence at the very least. Now, no presence at B. It's towards A and mid. The presence is at least mostly quantified for OC. They have a Trailblazer going out. That's going to find some information. And meanwhile, the drone will clear out A main. So nobody's actually on the A site, but I don't think that necessarily matters for St. Clair. They have information, and they're being really dynamic about the way that they rotate around this map.
You know, the willingness to have a rotation, don't want to overcommit, and not take any fights, essentially, for OCU is commendable. A lot of patience to be had, but in the opposite, St. Clair, they want to take space away from their counterparts. They want to remove any avenues as a possibility, but it's time to hit the site and hit it hard. Dashing through, it starts with entry, but they're stuck within their cloudburst. They don't want to make any maneuvers. Skyu hit with the fault line, but they'll survive, as well as having backup with the rest of the team. Entry escaping from the cloudburst and in the back hall puts in the damage, but they're alone. They've got just a classic, but it's starting to seem that that classic might be enough for a bit more frags, but only 2 will befall on St. Clair.
We're going, by the way.
Yeah, and not enough with the rifle. Decided to go with the better piece of hardware, the classic.
I mean, listen, price to performance, it's got everything beat. You know, it's like a CPU. It's fine. OC, though, that round, it seemed as if once the information was known that OC were headed towards B, rotations came fast enough. There was actually 4 players on the site by the time Oklahoma actually got towards getting into it. They were approaching the site there for a hot minute, but by the time they got there into it, it was pretty much a full stack. Early Seekers out towards B, that's not really caught too much attention, actually. Just 1 or 2 players aggressing. Aidstorm tagged down already.
That's not how you want to start things off. Usually you want at least a bit of meat to shoot if you're going to go in with the blades. Have something so you can survive before you send out a shot, but that'll be difficult to start their next engagement, which, looking at things, it's a bit of an investigation toward B Link, potentially to rotate all the way to B, as we can see the Astra at the top of long.
This adjustment for OC could be perfect. They've definitely made the read. They've actually adjusted where there's only a single player to defend. And it's going to be all up to that 1 player on the site. That's Seth, one of the newer members, at least in this semester. Incredibly dominant performer, though, on the Duelist.
30 seconds left.
Oh, okay, well, at least 1 will be secured, but the Blades Alpha entry absolutely putting in the positive work. Cosmic Divide going to concede site entirely. That shall fall under the control of OCU. It'll be 3-on-4 for the retake, but not a lot of weapons to defend this spike once it's been planted.
Well, and especially with Ems getting that additional frag, it's going to make things even more difficult to actually hang on to. But Glyph is the critical part in the backhaul. Needs to stay alive and does.
Followed up on the Rolling Thunder. The second the Cosmic Divide falls, there's another difficulty imparted onto St. Clair. But they've been able to deal with ease, 2-on-2. They have to realize someone's in the hall, and removing Instinct is the first part of it all. Unfortunately, Ems hitting the 3-piece simply can't hit the 180 quick enough. And those Sheriffs will provide victory for OCU.
A massive investment into that round when it comes to the ultimate utility, but they made up for that fact they didn't have the weaponry by using those ultimates, and it's perfectly effective. Absolutely great work done by Oklahoma Christian to get themselves now into a very good scenario. They've gathered their lead, and they've put SEC in a little bit of a tough spot. You can see that the money not perfect, but here's a fast engagement. Hey,
Entry's caught in the thick of it right now. As a beginning, almost escaping would have been Seth. The tags were too great. The spray, unforgiving. And that engagement, a pure loss for St. Clair.
yeah, no refrag gathered, damage done, and to the 1 player who can't heal it up as well. Tragedy striking early for the Saints. And, you know, the bad part about this is it's not like that was a bad play. It just ends up in a round where ultimately OCU were thinking the same thing. Aggression towards A, and Seth couldn't get out fast enough.
Constant thing we're seeing here is the willingness to bide their time. And being Oklahoma, you don't have those big rushes. At least not yet. It is just the first 6 rounds here. And the solid placement of those nanostorms just to deny space, just to zone St. Clair. It's doing them great favors to get on the site.
Well, Caillou finding that initial bake, and oh, the double kill as well. Got back by instinct. This is the winnable for St. Clair, but entry behind them at worst of times gives OCU a 4th round, and they've been looking really good on their attack. This is now 4 rounds to the 2 of St. Clair, and remember, one of those rounds was up against a bonus, so it's worth the same amount at the end of the day. But when it comes to gun rounds, you're talking 2 for OCU and just the 1 for St. Clair.
Numbers certainly not looking good for the Diff team here. And at the moment, tapping, having a bit of a rough one. Almost about to become that secret agent. But as it stands, the composure still looks good for St. Clair. They're working as a team, becoming tradable with their engagements and their looks on mid. But it's not bearing any fruit.
Well, maybe just a matter of waiting. These very dynamic adjustments that they've been making. Here's another one of them. The Trailblazer. Let's get good for a frag. Helps out. But not before entry gets one of his own.
Quick realization there from OCU. Seeing as it's an opportunity for a team with a bare bones in this fight to recover a rifle. And the fire back is instantaneous as an asset denial form. Here comes the lockdown, but a water wall, a high tide will be there. Block them off.
This is just going to lock out the Saints from the site for the time being. And, you know, the question of, do you want to use this in a round where they're on an eco? Absolutely. We saw what happened. What could be done with eco weapons from OC just a few rounds back. So, I don't want to give them any sort of positioning that you don't have to. But a multi-pronged attack, that's what they have to go for.
Oh, Frenzy. Almost putting in the work, but its instinct will do just that instead. Still a 2v3 is a dangerous scenario, especially with a lot of damage already imparted onto instinct. And it will be Caillou with the Marshall to turn things into a bit of an easier scenario, but it's still going to be a Herculean effort required to turn this one around. The only option was to push into main, and the dynamic duo here, Glyph and Eli, putting in the work.
A little bait and switch maneuver. Eli ready to swing on the contact. It works out beautifully. Now the Saints have their guns back in their hands, and this is the key round. This is a pretty big turning point because, number one, OCU right on the cusp of getting their 6th round, which, to be honest, I don't know what the numbers are, but this map has felt a little bit even to me. I've been seeing a lot of pretty even gameplay. But then, in addition to that, it also re-breaks the St. Clair Saints money if they were to lose a round like this one. So, lots on the line for them in this round. If we use that early high tide over towards the A side, this has been something they've done not every round, but pretty regularly. And it's once again, Oklahoma Christian. They tend to group up early into these rounds, trying to take space together. And this time it's towards A. They found success in this before, and it netted them a victory, and they do it again.
I like that high tide because it's a time waster. They're not willing to take those fights because who knows what or who could be waiting on the other side of those walls. And also it forces them to use utility that could be better spent clearing out the site itself. This time around, they'll just have to go with brute force, and it should start with a Rolling Thunder.
Looks like it almost certainly will. Look at the grouping towards mid as well, though. About to take arc control, and there's nobody really committed to the site. So as good as this Rolling Thunder will be about clearing space, you don't have to get value by hitting players with it. It isn't going to find any, but it gives all of this control over the arc area to OCU.
Here's the response. It's a reckoning, and it forces out a delay of the plant. Seth being a bit of a nuisance here in pit. It also gives an opportunity for the rest of St. Clair to rush on the site. It's all about stopping the spike from being planted, but getting too antsy. They've thrown themselves into the fire in the firing range of entry.
And what makes it so difficult there for SEC is the cosmic divide that comes down almost immediately. It makes it hard to follow up on that reckoning and really puts them in a tough spot. So for that reason, they did just try and get a little bit more information, take fights a little bit earlier, and I think at this point, you have to mention it. Or tapping. Currently at a goose egg. That's not normal. That's not what we expect from this guy is the in-game leader of this squad, but also has been known to be a fragger.
Absolutely, and considering this is defense, this is the bread and butter of any Killjoy main. This is where you want to have that high impact, but same is said that because of the Killjoy on opposite side, you're not usually going to find OCU taking those fights, walking into that utility.
Oh no, I mean it's not an easy position to play by any means. Hello.
Oh no, not a third.
You're gonna stop it before it gets too out of hand, but I was wondering how long Glyph would take. Very understandably pulling the trigger relatively quickly to confirm the 2 frags, because now that gives space and a man advantage for OCU.
Jumping over entry.
Oh,
Still
no.
through the smoke, earns it. Sushi with the trade and kind. However, it's all too late. This Caillou here, 1v3. I mean, there is a possibility if someone shows their head a bit too eagerly to find this frag, but otherwise, a gloomy scenario to find yourself in if you're St. Clair.
Instinct has this cross. The information will be gathered immediately, and then clearing Instinct out is going to be so impossible. Caillou has no idea of the position of that player, and it is a incredible performance thus far from Oklahoma Christian. For context here, OCU, I mean, Pearl is a map they play. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, they beat Mizzou. But still, the fact is that this is a map with a 100% win rate over the last 2 or 3 months for St. Clair. They've yet to lose it, and they've played Northwood on it. They played FIU, TGC. Like, those are all Waterloo. Those are 4 top 30 teams, and 3 of them in the top 20.
Not a great look for them. It feels that there has been moments of SEC trying to have those big engagements, starting the fights, their looks on mid, that one attempt from Seth to break into A main with the showstopper. Unfortunately, not bringing in too much of that value. But on the opposite hand, when they play it safe, that's when you find the majority of OCU using those combination pieces of utilities, the Rolling Thunder, the Cosmic Divide. And it feels that there's no round where we're really having St. Clair get their footing.
I think that is sort of the key to focus in on, is that there hasn't been any footing from which St. Clair can work within. They've constantly been working against the economy, working against the fact that there's been aggression dialed up on the A site, over on the B site. Anywhere that they go, it seems like their dynamic defense has been really interesting to watch, but not so effective at actually putting themselves into positions to win these rounds. Despite how many times, I mean, I've said it like 3 or 4 times, wow, St. Clair, they're in a good spot, but it just hasn't worked out.
Seth, one more time. They do have a battle buddy. It's Ems. They take the swing. It could be grand. The 1-for-1, followed up with the guiding light. Instinct hiding behind the boxes. But Ems doesn't want to stick around to find another part.
Well, in the
But
meantime,
even
though,
through mid, Sushi wants to take that fight. Instinct still wins it, and over on B site, it is a massacre.
that's another duel that Entry wins against 4-tapping. Absolutely brutal. Another eco round, sure, but just not the way that St. Clair would have drawn it up. Remember, St. Clair, they picked Pearl. Los, they elected to bring us here, and understandably so. I just talked about how they've beaten so many good teams, including the #1 team in the world. And they're struggling right now.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's day 1 stuff. Clear those corners, and at this point, it just feels that there's so many different factors mounting on top of St. Clair to make them have mistakes such as this. Not bring in the slow play that you would expect. Of course, time being a factor. The major lag behind 6 rounds that Oklahoma have taken for themselves that are still just compounding on pressure for St. Clair.
Yeah, and I don't even think necessarily, to me, like, they haven't been patient. They've been patient in the right places sometimes. It's just about not actually making the information that they gather effective at winning rounds. Valorant very much an information game, and you can see it here once again. They're always proactively taking parts of the map. They're always fighting for control. And I love that. That's a good decision. That's exactly what you want to see on Pearl. But unfortunately, it hasn't resulted in the round wins that I would have expected.
You should run.
Oh, that's a good dodge. They don't know anything about instinct here.
And that is going to bite them. Actually, Sushi
Placing swamp grenade.
double taking, and even that extra peek results in a death. Instinct certainly is on one today. With that lockdown, just distraction, it's left both Killjoys dueling each other in a game of chicken on B while the real pushes on A.
So this is a great rotation if Seth didn't exist there in A main. OCU, they thought that they were rotating into a perfectly held site and that, well, passive play could win the day. No, they're going to have to essentially take this site for free. And they've realized that. Unfortunately for them, we're tapping finally on the board, and it's against the opposing Killjoy of Glyph. That also means that the B side isn't open for business.
Activation of the fault line. Everything in between. M's providing so much pressure they can't commit to the plant. Even a simple usage of the showstopper, though it doesn't hit anyone, is further delaying that activation of the spike. It will find fruition at the very end, but as this created an opportunity for St. Clair to come back, it's Eli. He knows exactly where the last two players are. He can isolate the fight. It may be an amazing victory, and it will be!
When St. Clair looked like they have it unlocked, the clutch from OC is simply too strong. Oklahoma Christian, they in all aspects should have lost that round, Los. They took B, right? They had B. Then they left it to go back to A because Instinct was on the site. Instinct dies, and they go back B only for their B player to die. And then they have to take A. 10 seconds left, and it's a 1v2. It still goes to Oklahoma. Absolutely absurd. Oklahoma Christian's Pearl right now is looking unstoppable.
Been given no evidence as why they won't take this outright. Why they won't allow St. Clair to have any more rounds. Instinct again. Always that impact player, and that's something you love out of a controller, out of an Astra who doesn't exactly have the most engaging, activating abilities, whether it's more supplementary, but they're taking the fight themselves, and now it's brought it over to B site, where it's wide open.
Once again, basically taking both the sites, clearing them out at the very least. Here comes the retake, 5 HP for 4 tapping. And what's the final round of this half? It's looking like 10-2 might be reasonable, and they both get hit by that stun.
I think jumping through. Knows where Sushi is. Even if Sushi secured that kill, there certainly was no chance they would walk out of that one alive. 10-2, Oklahoma, a fiery beginning to the grand finals.
I mean, it's just absurd. This has been incredible from Oklahoma Christian. I said that, or maybe I didn't get to it. I don't remember, but Oklahoma Christian, they've looked a little shaky at times late into this season. They've consistently been performing well, and they've won most of the games that you would think, but they've also given up some key maps that you wouldn't have expected them to lose, and so for that reason, it's been a little iffy for me. Well, no. Despite the fact that they drop a map to Boise State in the regular season, they dropped Icebox to IVC in the conference championships, and they lost out on Haven to Mizzou. They are looking like the far better team in this first map.
The damage here, and a similar look to the first pistol round. That being players lurking up B long. And a beautiful opener. Removing entry from play gives them such a bit of confidence, a breath of fresh air to make the final execute onto B site. There's still 2 players in the back hall, though, and even a possible flank from Instinct.
Instinct playing this well is the massive reason why I've been seeing this. The question of when this will come down is just that. Question of when, not if. Here we go. We're going to see that Cove go out. That's going to cover off the plant, most likely. And Sushi will get that down for St. Clair and cover off the back hall position as well.
Oh, Eli! Good for one. With the numbers outweighing him, there wasn't a possible chance they would stay alive through that full engagement. Instinct passed beyond the turret. Another on long, but it comes down to 4 tapping with a beautiful double on the classic free gun, by the way. Vision obscured, Nebula activated, information gained. But Instinct certainly doesn't know that there is a Killjoy waiting inside the cloud. And that is a beautiful boon of hope for Ford Zapping, who'd been really struggling in the previous half.
It was 2 and 12 prior to that round. I mean, that's the reality. And yeah, I do think that there's some serious concern about what you were talking about. You know, Ford Zapping just kind of in a spot where it's hard to frag from on that B site. Has to be the last one rotating, isn't able to take the fights preemptively, looking to rotate in, and often getting killed through smokes. Well, clearly that's changed. Quad kill, that's a confidence booster. And if there's a way to come back into this for St. Clair, that's the way to start it.
Everyone's trading spots. Little scramble here in the spawn, Vincent. It's for information gathering purposes, of course. Nothing sinister.
Of course.
No mistakes either, obviously.
None whatsoever. Little guiding light. That's not going to gather any of that so critical information that we were just talking about. It's not over towards the A side, but I don't think St. Clair have really found any information. It feels like everything that they've looked at has been nothing. And so they're just going to group and hit a site. This is the right decision, especially up against an eco round like we have for OCU. Look at this. Oklahoma Christian, they've chosen the right site to stack. 4 players here.
Last time we saw an eco round with this team, they won it beautifully. Won't start out that same way, but the gravity well and the shots from Glyph destroy any and all hope that's coming out from St. Clair, but the connections from Ford Zapping, they're here. The Odin saves the day, but also that was an eco round from Oklahoma.
That was a collateral is what that was from a sheriff. Oh my goodness, love it. Absolutely love it. But great work there from Ford Zapping. Another 3K, 7 kills just in the last 2 rounds. This is the performance that we were missing. This is the performance that we needed to see. But, by the way, looking back at the last time that we saw Pearl from this OCU squad, Instinct had like 11 frags total. As it's 17 already, that does indicate a very hot OCU squad.
No, for the Dragon Ball Z fans, we got the Ultra Instinct in the server now.
Exactly, the evolution.
Nice.
A little lockdown action here at the A site. That has forced a lot of these players into mid. I don't know if that was the plan, but it's certainly not working.
There's nothing they can do. I mean, yeah, the lockdown's done well. A site's clear, but you don't have the spike. This could be a devastating scenario. Eli is about to create a pinch of the century with entry.
And it's Ford Zapping. Who else in this scenario?
This is the moment. And Eli certainly seems so capable of lining up those shots. In the round just a few ago where they clutched it in the plant on A site. So calm, so steady with the aim, knowing exactly where their opponent is going to swing into.
Speaking of that lockdown, though, it's kind of crazy how that happened because it ultimately pinched all of OCU into St. Clair's position. And I don't think that was the intention of it, but it ended up that St. Clair got pinched from mid at the same time, and it's really what led them down. So, lockdown was good, but then failed them.
Guiding Light gonna blind out 2. Forces them back to A proper, but not information on how many, just there is someone there. Important to clear out this section because we've seen battles go down in A main, and it is not pretty, especially for an attacking team.
Literally, Trailblazer found no information, and so St. Clair feeling confident that they can group up 3 players here towards the A site, but it's all a bit of a ruse as Caillou has bomb, and that's going to be headed towards B if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, rendezvousing with Ford Zapping, and maybe the area that they go for. And I thought maybe we were going to see a fake. And it would have been really effective with 3 players currently committed towards A, but no. They'll be playing this a little bit more together, and considering the outcome of the last couple of rounds, you would understand why.
Big opportunity here. Big stack on A. And that's where OCU is expecting the main push to be. All a feint here on B site, but a reckoning. Another high tide. And everything in between is going to dissuade that information. Eli with a shot through the toxic screen. That is horrifying to be involved with, but so is a double placement of the nano swarms in the back hall. Eli only 25 HP with a run and gun, courtesy of forward tapping. They should be able to get this spike planted, but if there's a wall bang, that's gonna throw away the possibility. And they don't even have to take the final fight. M's caught just in a moment of confusion, a loss. And time will bring Oklahoma to map point.
It's hard to say that Ims is even confused there. It just doesn't have a darn chance to do anything. With the player going down through the Radianite boxes, it's like, well, we just lost. We just can't win. A tragic way to lose out on a 12th round as OCU picking up the map point here on St. Clair's pick. Once again, a reminder, this is what's so impressive. 12-4. They've got 8 map points to work with, and that's just to get overtime.
2 ultimates here just to play around with, that being OCU. Cliff certainly realizes there's a lot of trouble here on B-Link, and they'll back away, play their life. Correct decision. This is a gaggle of utility being used, so much that I don't even know what the end goal is here.
Just gather space, I guess. Huntress Fury comes out from Eli. A little bit of fishing going on there, but the lockdown to follow. That's over towards B, and clearly St. Clair just weren't sure where they were going to go, and I guess the lockdown made the decision for them.
Poison Orb might be a death pit. And it was open to be a bit of damage on Takayu, but they still secured the kill. Rifle in hand, now spike planted as well. And it's been a mirror world. Roles reversed. OCU has to attack from main and Art.
Just don't see a way back in here. They're going to have to get kills very quickly. Will OCU? It's not looking likely.
With a attempt there on the flashpoint and instinct, though they have been a fragging machine in the previous rounds. The setup from St. Clair simply too great. And that was a perfect post-play and execution. Not a single casualty taken once the spike was activated.
Yeah, and they also, I mean, they clearly knew what was going on. They had an idea of where those OCU players were located. They had pushed up aggressively into a main, and it just was pretty simple from there. St. Clair on the comeback trail at the very least, but that's only one round. They need 7 more. But this one's at least potentially a little bit simpler. No weaponry, no rifles at the very least in the hands of Oklahoma Christian. They've got just the pistols to work with, and it's a little bit more of the default setup. We've seen in the past Oklahoma very willing to go for the stacks on rounds such as these. We saw this in the second round of this half, and then once again here and now, but looking to play this a little bit more standardly.
Guiding light in hand. Must be a pause waiting for possibly Caillou to get in the right position. They aren't making any advances. 3 players potentially ready to rally around A site. You've got Instinct hanging out by the water. The fault line doesn't find anything. At least, what could they expect to find with that?
I like the approach to this round as well from St. Clair. They realize that, yeah, OCU, they aren't going to have a lot of weapons, but what they do have, and what we do know, is that they're deadly on these thrifty type of rounds. So making the approach together, ensuring that they're just working in tandem to get this down and win the round it's good. It's good to see.
Nice activation of the Viper's Pit. Yeah, it's an eco round. Don't have a lot to work with, but When every round can be your last, there is no bad time to use the Viper's Pit. You have to secure this. But I'm almost scared about the forward play. Possibility to give rifles over to OCU, especially with the shorty right around the corner. Entry could be a nightmare. They won't be, but they could have been, Vincent.
Could have been. You know, it's fair enough. St. Clair, though, their trail of hopefully a comeback. At least that's what is on their minds. Continuing here. Operator, though, out for entry. This is the first op we've seen, I think, the whole map.
Has to be.
I'm thinking back, and I don't recall anybody having an op at all, useful or otherwise. And entry was a bit of a demon in that first half with the, ironically, entry frags. Looking for a little bit more opening pick action now, just on the defensive side.
You know, I think it comes down to the idea that there didn't seem to be a necessity, at least from Oklahoma's standpoint, where they wanted to bring out the op. Whereas the fast plays, that swift movement, or at least the fast plays after about 30 seconds of waiting around, led them to victory. And we've got that showstopper. Seth, a beautiful placement. They will take a lot of damage, but just the fear and the utility placed here on B site, giving St. Clair the site.
Getting that one frag with the showstopper and then surviving is highly impactful. Fortunately, though, Sushi will go down almost immediately thereafter, and this Rolling Thunder sets it up beautifully.
Shorty's got to be the one saving grace inside of a Rolling Thunder. Maybe the nade could bring in some martyrdom action, but it won't be the case. Saint, their position is known, and with 3 players looking down from B, Long, and the toxic screen to block off any vision from the rest of the site, that's got to be a call for a save.
It is, and you know, it helps that the op's in the hands of entry, so you don't want to give that away. It's a $5,000 weapon. It's a little bit expensive. More than half of your total bank account balance that it could possibly be.
I mean, if we're talking in real life, it is.
I mean, certainly in real life. I was just talking about in the video. I mean, I didn't think we were getting into my personal finances or yours for that matter. Okay, though. I'm a sharing type of person, Los. You know this.
Listen, we're both folks known to keep it a buck, a stack even, but not too many stacks since we can't afford the op.
True story. 7-12. This is a good look now. 3 rounds in a row, and I know I keep going back to that, but every round matters so much here to St. Clair because, well, this is their map pick. Oh, a very rare miss from entry.
And that's one you absolutely have to hit because with the activation of the toxic screen, you're not going to get another chance like that. That is the one and only opportunity you have to make an impact with the sniper. Otherwise, reckoning the use of toxic screen as well as the subsequent cascades that we can expect, that's going to stop any chances.
I just want it to be known that entry immediately thereafter ran into mid connector, ran all the way around mid, and then into spawn to come back here in heaven. If I'm not mistaken, that was his pathing.
When you don't have an updraft.
Yes. Oh, if Instinct can find another one here,
Oh!
he does. This is winnable.
And they want more. Instincts, this is going right around the corner. Might give themselves a nebula just for the defusal. If possible, they can send out that Cosmic Divide, but it won't be necessary. Saint putting in the work. And finally, entry. Yeah, he'll earn that kill they were so desperately looking for. What a great start to a potential comeback for St. Clair, but Oklahoma will lock it in and lock it down.
The St. Clair win streak on Pearl ends here and now with the grand finals here at NACE. And I mean, it was their pick. They thought they had it. They get counterfeited. 13-7 for Oklahoma Christian. We look towards Ascent, but talking about what happened there on Pearl, obviously that attack side is the conversation, right? OCU just unstoppable. It seemed like no matter what happened, they couldn't put a foot wrong. Regardless of whether St. Clair had 4 players on the site or no players on the site, it was still going to Oklahoma.
We're talking about the 2 victories that we really saw on the defensive half. It had to be the bonus round and the rifle round right after that, immediately following a thrifty loss to Oklahoma, and Saints simply couldn't get their bearings for the rest of the half. Of course, they were bringing it back on attack, and that's what I enjoyed to see because there was resurgence. It did showcase the capabilities of St. Clair that we know. what we were building up as a team that had made those adjustments and deserves to be in the grand finals. But ultimately, it was just too late. They weren't able to create a buffer for themselves when you had Oklahoma already on map point for, what, 8 rounds in a row that was necessary?
Yeah, it was just, it was too far to go. And it also wouldn't have been quite that bad if immediately at the beginning of the half, Oklahoma was at match point, like at map point. If they had a little bit more room to work within, then I think St. Clair could have eventually brought that back. They started looking much better. Their attack side in comparison looked good, but not good enough. With that said, with the Ascent coming up next, I think it's time for a little bit of a break. We're going to take that break, prep for Ascent. We'll come back with all the action here at NACE Starleague.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Premier Final. We are heading into Map 2, Oklahoma Christian University going up against St. Clair College. And it is not exactly the look that we would have expected from SCC with a 13-7 loss back on Pearl, but we're headed to Ascent.
Yeah, I think there's two ways to look at this list. Number one, I mean, this is, like I said, number 3 currently power ranked school in the collegiate space is OC. Up against the number 12 school in St. Clair Saints. So on paper, this is shaping up to be what could be a 2-0 and what would look to be reasonable, right? On the other hand, St. Clair, they've looked really good. They just beat the number 1 team in the world. They actually served them their first loss ever recorded on VLR, by the way, since they started tracking collegiate games last year.
Oh my.
Like, that's how dominant Northwood has been, is that they have not ever lost in on a VLR tracked match. They just did to this St. Clair team. So the fact that we're here, that it was so dominant as well. Ultimately 13-7, but a 10-2 half is what's surprising.
Well, let's see if there could be any difference here on Ascent. This is Oklahoma's pick. And you know, I was talking about how Pearl is the most diverse, I would say, in terms of agent composition. We're having a little bit of changes here, a little bit of differentiation in terms of the Sentinel and secondary initiator. Of course, the rest of a Jet, Omen, and so it's always going to be the same.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually really, I mean, you're right, but also this is normal for what OC does. Glyph definitely always goes for the, I say always, on Ascent that I've seen, always tends to move away from the KJ. For some reason, I'm not quite sure. I feel like Killjoy is really strong, and that's why we're seeing 4-tapping go back to it. And on the other side of things, yeah, it's a little bit different to see the Sky for Caillou, but I don't think this is bad either. So, little small adjustments, but nothing all that big a deal in my book. Are we gonna see the pistol strat though? It's shaping up to be possible.
Oh yeah.
We'll see you. By the way, the pistol strat, if you don't know, if you're just joining us, that's mid to B on Ascent every time.
That's collegiate Valorant lore here for myself and Vincent. That's it's part of our history. And yeah, that's what we're getting. That's what it is. But there is a sign of life and now a sign of death from St. Clair to take the fight into B main, and Glyph just says, I do not care. It's a freebie. A freebie
Glyph
B.
just sucked all the life that was there out. Said, no, sorry.
Enemy remaining.
On Sushi, you really got to check those. And it's a flawless victory. Instinct taking another frag. This is, I mean, it's just one round loose, but you got to feel like the momentum from map 1 is kind of carrying over into that round, no?
Certainly seems to be the case, especially with Instinct. Now I would say as a more capable controller. Not, I mean, that sounds like like Astra's just dead in the water in terms of what a controller could be. But no, Instinct now on the Omen, you have the Paranoia, you have the Shrouded Step, so you can be much more active in takes. And that combined with the raw gun skill that Instinct is bringing to the table is certainly not what you want to be facing if you're St. Clair.
No, not in the slightest. A little aggression dialed up there at B, and by a little, I mean 5 players. Just WP.
This is absolutely absurd. The realization that this has to be a push, or it's going to be a push, considering the lack of money for St. Clair, and the activation of a trap wire on the entrance to be made, knowing, yeah, they're gonna rush this. That's crazy. You gotta give it to Glyph for the brain on this, man.
He's not the only one though. St. Clair, if there's a way to come back into this, I'd say that they're a team that could make it happen. And listen, 4-tapping mentioned the in-game leader has had the opportunity to talk with the team to get things figured out here for Ascent. And I mean, listen, I was talking to Hybrid, their manager, earlier, and I just want to serve you up a quote list. All right, from Hybrid. This is regarding 4-tapping. He is one of the smartest players I've ever had the privilege to work with, and he's coming for blood. That's the full quote. So if there's anybody that can do it, I believe that 4-tapping could be the leader to make it happen.
I mean, listen, I'm full on the St. Clair hype train, okay? I'm riding the Griffin all the way through the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. But the thing is, that was just a good round. I'm just saying, listen, it was a good round by Cliff, okay?
It was. Yeah, you do have me there. So, we'll see if the changes have been made here. Sushi on the site. Ooh, that...
I don't know how none of those connected.
Yeah, he like painted a picture around him, man. How did none of them hit?
Oh, the spot of the elbow. Oh. Angle manipulation here through mid is just torturous to be dealt with. What? It's still not over. Yet, B sites is completely open. No Killjoy to activate the utility, but you've got M's on the Odin. Although getting activated regardless. However, Glyph with a quick headshot will deactivate.
It's your favorite ultimate.
Spike planted.
A neural theft.
Listen, I don't know why you think I just hate Cypher, okay? I like him.
There is evidence that you have a hateful relationship with Cypher. That's why.
We're buddies and we make fun of each other sometimes, okay? Like it's just like friends roasting each other.
Okay. I'll believe that when I see it.
Okay, yeah. Here's a bit of roasting from Cypher right now. As you can tell, Glyph is on their way to an ace. And there it is.
Okay, you know what? I give it up. I mean, Glyph is obviously just having a game right now. 8-1 in the first 3 rounds. And that was an ace in one of the most important rounds for OCU. Why is it most important? Because it was a bonus round. It was a round where OCU, they didn't have the best of weapons, but Glyph did have the Phantom, and everybody else, well, not everybody, but quite a few other players were working with just Spectres or something a little bit less perfect in the weaponry department, and it wins out against the first gun round that the Saints have on offer. 3-0 to start, looking so damn good for Oklahoma Christian.
Who wants to take these fights when you have such beautiful shots coming from Oklahoma and you don't want to have peaks? And we previously saw these cases where St. Clair, they would take fights, they would take looks, and it would be doubled up in a buddy system. And we saw that happen in the pistol round, but we know exactly how that one ended. So this is a much more, I would say, conservative approach that they're about to take. Entry, though, nothing shy about what they're about to do. Activated the tailwind, but will decide to bide their time instead.
Look at the adjustment right now on that mid-aggression for St. Clair, though. They realize that they've lost an area of the map, an important one at that, and so they gathered information by swinging out A long and just confirming that nobody was there. And now they pushed up Catwalk, and they're just assuring themselves that they have positioning. The take is coming forward. Of course, might not matter. Weaponry.
Oh. Four tapping realized they didn't need to shoot. They were out of range, but the simple look away was enough time for Glyph in Oklahoma make their way around the corner. Ems with a beautiful shot onto Eli, but it's simply not enough when the number advantage heavily favors the attackers.
Okay, maybe this could be a little different. We'll dash forward. Caillou having a frag. HP. The HP so low. Glyph will be felled, but 1v2 is a requirement.
Smart instincts. The fight instinct. Realizing a threat could be here around Speedway or Alley. Won't take the fight. It's all about trying to alleviate, remove the weapons from the attackers, hurt the economy the best you can, and maybe if you could scrap together a win, that would be beautiful too. But none of the above are chosen, as Instinct from the stairs will close it off. 4 rounds in a row here for OC.
A solid amount of damage done to the OC economy in that round, at least. You take 3 guns out of their hands. In a round where you didn't really buy too much, didn't invest too heavily, if you're St. Clair, but ultimately, a win is a win, and if you look at the money situation, it's still very good for Oklahoma Christian. And so now, a change of pace probably would be the right call for St. Clair. Or, I mean, and that could mean 2 things, right? Mostly, when I say change of pace, typically, you'll expect me to talk about something aggressive. You can also just be a bit more passive, and that's what we're seeing this round for St. Clair. They aren't playing ultra aggressive. They're working behind some smokes, working behind some utility.
Glyph almost walking right into that nanoswarm. Decides against it. And a double stack inside of the boathouse. Entry Not expecting that. The spray down simply too great, and the speed of the Odin there to match it. Will break through a door. And they're not taking sight. They'd much rather play and survive.
Oh no, the Trailblazer didn't check Glyph, and so Sushi walks around the corner without checking it. Oh no, that's so brutal.
How many times has this happened? Where a corner left unchecked, left without information. No, Caillou, not in the same round.
I mean, that one a little bit more understandable in that they had no idea that the A side had already been infiltrated by the attackers, but still, you really do got to check those. It's precisely what I'm feeling, what you're thinking. This is all but over.
Coming down. Oh, okay.
Hi. You thought you had the advantage. No, 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 no. Ims was ready. Too bad it doesn't matter. At least not for that round. Another gun round falling by the wayside. Lows, this is 5-0. This is starting to get a little bit spooky, a little bit out of hand. I'm getting some flashbacks, some deja vu, if you will. Back to that first map.
Even previously, there were those sparks of hope, sparks of joy for St. Clair in terms of earning that bonus round against their opponents, the first rifle round and the one after. That gave hope. That was just a bit of a start, a jump in the heart of St. Clair. They've got nothing right now, and it's not looking that things will change anytime soon, because this is most likely going to be a save round and a half buy with the Sheriffs as well. So it'll continue down the path, but perhaps some sort of strategy will fall before us that it could turn things around. At least one would hope.
Conversation currently going on in St. Clair, I believe, should be something along the lines of how do we approach these rounds where we're just missing some of these small details, right? Like checking that corner, like ensuring that nobody was close there, and Glyph getting that free kill. That's just one of the small factors that we're talking about. But even beyond that, just winning some more duels. If you look at the kills right now, like, yeah, Glyph is an outlier. He's 12-3, but generally speaking, if someone has the entirety of the other team's kills combined, it's not good.
A little bit of information on that guiding light. Not much to follow it up, but I do like the stacking that we're seeing in this place. 2 on mid, 3 on cap. Ability to trade. It's a guiding light right outside of the dark cover. And Ems will be able to earn 1. It'll be 2 in trade. This is the call for a placement on A. Shrouded step on top, able to walk on through. Seth also putting in some damage with the Sheriff, evening the odds, at least in the numbers.
It does, but by that aggression, they've given up the sight, the entirety of A. Up for grabs and now gathered up by OCU. Not only that, but there's no utility available for the retake time being because of the null command.
Oh no, this is gonna be an issue. That's gonna be instinct, and they're gonna pick up 2.
Wait, how is he there? I thought he was a defender.
No. When they took A site, instinct pressed the issue even further. Went deep, dove through, and played the trigger discipline like a pro. And that bit of momentum that St. Clair had, it comes down to just one more time. A corner. It's not checked, Vincent!
I mean, yeah, I'll go back to it. Like, why would you ever need to be checking that corner? Like, you just can't expect it, but still, it's tragic. It's difficult. And we are seeing a lacking performance in general from the SCC stars. I mean, Ims has a few frags here, but where's Sushi at right now? Where's Four tapping resurging in the latter half of that first map, but nowhere to be found currently.
What a quick execute here onto A site. And of course, most of the forces were located toward the other site, but even so, now we actually have an opportunity. Spike will be planted. Instinct jumps onto heaven and reclaims some lives for their own. 2v3 for the retake. They do have from the shadows, but no need to be used here. No paranoia, however. Dark cover will block off the heaven access. Saint finding a kill, isolating the fight. Now it's just instinct to close it out. And just again, when St. Clair feel like they have an opportunity for victory, Oklahoma rip it right back.
And that just goes back to that same conversation, Los. The clutch potential for Oklahoma has been phenomenal all series long thus far. 2v4, 1v2s, 1v1s, no matter what, it's OCs. And that was a 2v4 there. Just ridiculous. Oklahoma Christian now winning the half after just 7 rounds. Another half by another eco, the double up draft. It's red, but instinct falls. Maybe this is the chance. Sushi coming alive.
Nice start indeed. Activation of the blades from entry. Signals this is a team that wants to go fast. At least in terms of their presence on catwalk. Sushi continues the action. Now has a rifle as well, so they can play even longer, even greater duration. But it follows up with Caillou, stopping OCU at every avenue.
They're not going to expect another player here. How many is he going to get? 1, 2, another for entry? No way, this would be insane. The blades are still on the cards as well, the 2v2.
Ems's position is revealed. They know as well where Caillou should be. Damage, both players spotted on mid, and Saint, not even considering going to plant the spike, waits for Ems to show their face on market, then the activation of the door.
Well, now they've got the cross. There's no way to move forward through this. And not only that, the ultimate comes out just in case there was any guiding lights to be had from Caillou. The activation of that null command simply for one player shows the confidence of Oklahoma Christian right now.
My God, this is simply too great a performance from Oklahoma. St. Clair, as I've said before, whenever they show signs of life, amazing hope. Sushi with a double. Caillou able to defend the site away and keep A under their control. They fall onto a double kill from an angle unexpected once again.
This is getting out of hand. This is getting back to that point of no return that I was talking about in map number 1. We were approaching the 10-round mark, and we're doing it again. Nonetheless, this should be a better round. Should be winnable. Sushi, the opening pick.
Guiding light sent out. Trailblazer. Oh, no. Entry can't possibly get away with their life, but they will. Caillou unable to bring a trade inside the cloudburst. They have to play away.
He got away with murder. He absolutely did. This is outrageous. Little teleport. Not even from the shadows. Just the Shrouded steps onto the site. OCU, they have A, but they aren't even using it. Just plant the spike.
Good lockdown. Preventative effort to keep OCU away. But
no. Instinct from the shadows away to dodge the lockdown and then came back. Canceled it.
Every time. Or tapping. I'll be sure to check this corner. But even so, every angle is an opportunity for OCU. They've got no clue. Shooting through the floor. They didn't expect Instinct to be playing that angle. Is he going to go for a second swing? I think he has to. He will. But it will not provide a reward in tow.
You're getting flanked close.
Oh, no. It's happened again. Shot in the back. That's where OCU loves to shoot the most.
There's just no place that's safe right now. It feels like regardless of where St. Clair are out on the map, they've got to be head on a swivel, looking for OCU players everywhere. This is where it truly turns into Valorant, the horror game. OCU players just hiding around every corner, around every bend. It looks like they're going straight back. Hey, this is... What a great call. I don't know how they've managed this, but look, there's nobody here. Another open A site. It was mid-aggression dialed up this time.
Over, that could bring a flank of their own. Something that Sushi might be able to impact. An updraft over that trap wire could give them the perfect opportunity, but you know that Glyph is watching the angle regardless. They were fully protected, fully prepared. Activation of the Gambages doesn't give much information at all. And they have to sit and wait. Hope someone can find some vision, something to tell them what's going on.
Sushi, the critical moment. Big Glyph turns around. Is it going to be prepared for Seth? 3 on 5.
Here's the sound cue. Seth finds the kill. They can turn this around. 4 players sitting by the dice. And 4 players will stand tall and earn a 10th round. Even a flank, even 2 people on the flank won't be enough.
They all waited, but them waiting is both good and unfortunately slightly detrimental there. I think ultimately Glyph was made somewhat aware of that flank by how long St. Clair were waiting to go forward once they got into position. At some point when nobody's pushing the site, you think, oh, well, they're probably behind us. So difficult situation as it is. A 10th round already for OCU, and they've got 2 more to come here at the half potentially. How has this all turned so bad so quick for St. Clair?
Shadows traveling.
They'll play again as OCU realize the ball's in their court. They've got everything they need. They'll be going into minor weapons, or at least half of them, but not expecting 2 opposite angles to catch out the Cypher. But in this moment, it's cause for an attack onto A.
Once again, back. This time, at least there's players somewhat close to the site. Not that they can actually invest information or bodies to this fight. Spike will go down, though Seth making that a little bit more difficult than it would otherwise have been. Another fake, and the Hunter's Fury comes forward. That's not going to deny the spike plant, but it will do more damage. 5 on 3, best chance we've seen for St. Clair thus far.
Saints faking the plant. Both players are stuck in hell. The final 2 of OCU will be executed. Sushi on a 4K. Finally, St. Clair will strike their name on the board. But it's still 1-10.
But if it takes 4 kills by Sushi, what an incredible individual play, yes. But if it takes that, then where are we at? Sushi essentially doubling up their kills in that last round. And hey, I alongside St. Clair Saints will take what we can get. But I don't think that's replicable is the problem, Los. 10-1, final round of this half. Buys for both sides. And actually a full flawless round for St. Clair, the first of its kind in this map. First win, even.
Decent amount of damage. At least in terms of shields. There with the shock dart. Information as well. All coming together for Ems. Follow it up with the Trailblazer. What may be earned? Beautiful execution of entry. Hoping to activate the switch. They've only activated Caillou.
Well, that's an activation I like to see, considering Caillou been a critical part of this team. Adjustment made. Seth getting another frag. This is another winnables round.
Player standing. Flawless.
And another flawless. Wow. What a way to cap off this round. And that was the most scattered that we've seen OCU this whole series. It felt that all of them were dying 1 by 1, and no one was in a tradable position. No one was able to cover each other's backs. And in the contrast, the most coordinated we've seen St. Clair.
Maybe a little overconfidence plaguing OCU in those last couple of rounds, at least in that last one, not the prior. But full credit where it's due, St. Clair. It's rare that you see a team mentally strong enough to lose 10 rounds in a row and then go flawless for the last 2 rounds of the half. Chances on the half swap. This pistol seems a necessity at a 10-2 score line. Back-to-back 10-2s in a game of Valorant. That's a rarity.
Not usually a stat you'd like to be on the lower end of.
Yeah.
They've hit up completely with the paranoia. Now there's a lot of pain in terms of the nano swarms. But the activation of Sushi here on the generator is giving a boon of hope. But jumping down, I don't even know where the shots were coming up from, but it leaves Entry all alone in a 1v2.
Well, it was actually Instinct that was hanging out inside of that smoke. Don't know if he was starting there or just shouted step into that position, but regardless, it was good for a couple frags. Fortunately, the 1v2 clutch not on the cards this time for Entry. And so, the much-needed pistol round victory is there. St. Clair moving themselves into a position where now they can make a start at this comeback. They can make an attempt, at the very least. Eco called Oklahoma Christian. Though, we are seeing a few sheriffs.
Much better about this situation is that St. Clair are starting off hotter than previously back on Pearl when they were beginning their comeback attempt. There's buffer room here. They don't have to work completely from that match point position.
Say that. I mean, the buffer is still incredibly small, though. And, I mean, if you recall back, eco rounds aren't free rounds against Oklahoma.
Certainly not. Time for the play. Trailblazer clears out the left. Sushi dashes into the smoke. And even Entry finds two. Eli on the classic. Free gun and the kills are free as well. This is a disaster. Oklahoma Christian University. Universally skilled. A thrifty again to earn an 11th round and stop St. Clair right in their tracks.
I need that to go in like a top 10 list of things said right before disaster struck.
Right? I can't believe it. Oh my god.
That is outrageous. And I mean, it's just good counter utility that really was the undoing of St. Clair. Not to mention, listen, you walked into the site where there was exactly 5 Oklahoma Christian members. Like, geez, man. Mega unlucky, I guess. Not, I mean, OCU weren't even showing face. They weren't giving any way for them to find out, other than like an owl drone.
Now, more pain imparted. 2 players with 1 HP. 5v4. This is such a detrimental round.
Look at how far Instinct is up. Instinct is where you buy guns.
He's about to get some freebies. No purchases here. Seth was about to catch them out. It was a bait play just to make Seth turn around and allowed Glyph to shoot them in the back. My god.
Oh, Bladestorm as well. If it wasn't bad enough. Oh no, Entry. Almost a quad here. Will be denied, but a flawless for OCU. And what was it you were saying about at least it's not match point?
Match point.
You know, I think there was some lag, some interference on my connection to the vMix call. I don't know.
Must have been. Yeah. I must not have heard you right. St. Clair. Wait. What? What is this OCU timeout at 12-3?
You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me.
What are they discussing? How better to win the game?
I think, honestly, I think we're about to see one of the wackiest, dumbest strategies being brought to the table here, Vincent. They've got 9 rounds of buffer time. They've got all the cash in the world. Wouldn't be surprised if we just see full Odins.
That would be fun. There's also the, like, chance this is just a B-break. That wouldn't be the most crazy thing I've seen.
Yeah, and, well, that means they still believe that St. Clair have the ability to come back here. So, the possibility to hold it for the rest of the game just isn't there, Vincent. That means they're actually afraid of the Griff Diff coming back to hunt them.
That's true. I would be afraid. Listen, St. Clair is a team that they've been down before. They're never out. Never out as a squad. Well, I shouldn't say never. 1 round away and they will be out here in the grand finals.
Well, thinking of it, well, no one will be in. It's the end of the tournament. Everyone's out.
Also fair. Yeah, that's a good point.
Back to the game, potentially ending the entire series here for this division.
Entry is back in this position, man. Back in their spawn.
They had the spike! Oklahoma has the spike!
Oh, no.
What is even happening? What in the name of Riot? What in the name of Brimmy's Dumpy is going on here? And they recovered it. I don't even know. What?
I mean, to be fair, OCU not really in position to fight for it. And they have the man advantage to just give up the spike, group up, and play the positions where you can get trades more effectively. Actually makes so much sense. Where to go, what to do, how to move for St. Clair. Gonna make a good decision, though. This is the right direction.
30 seconds.
It's an empty site. But again, OCU just playing passive. They have so much to work with here. They don't need to be aggressive, but they will be anyway.
Spike down B.
Odin looking to finish the job. M's won't go down so easily. 1v2. They have been tagged, but they don't care. As long as they can find the spike plant, that's all that really matters. They're running out of time. It's not looking good. But they will secure the plant. Glyph running the race. Hoping to find the final shot. It's back and forth, playing with their food. And they are full. Oklahoma Christian University. They do it in 2, and they win the NACE Starleague Premier Final.
Defenders win.
That's absurd. This series, just 10 rounds did St. Clair win after beating the #1 team in the world in the collegiate Valorant space. They lose out Oklahoma Christian. The expected outcome in some ways. The incredible run of the Saints ends here. What was a bit more of a whimper than I think you or I were really expecting. But props here to Oklahoma Christian. They played such a phenomenal game here. Nobody was playing poorly. Everybody was showing up. It felt like whoever was needed was there. Entry, Instinct, Glyph. Those were the 3 names that you really throw around as the individuals that changed the tide for Oklahoma, but everybody had some moments. Saint in that 2v4 nearly had another one there at the end.
Even Eli back on Pearl. When it should have been a victory for St. Clair, the clutch on A, the 1v2. They done it again. They do it every time. There was a moment where St. Clair had the opportunity. They had the upper hand. It was swiped away, and we gotta talk about that clutch potential. But also, at the same time, Glyph and Entry, Instinct even as the controller, not exactly someone who you would expect to be topping the leaderboards in terms of fragging capability. They were all there, all on the front lines, all making these wild plays, these ambitious runs. And St. Clair usually had no chance to defend it, no chance to predict it when it comes to corners, completely unexpected. Many of those led to the detriment of a St. Clair retake or anything of the nature. Oklahoma Christian certainly just playing on another level.
They were. And I mean, I think that unfortunately the tone was set on the Saints pick of Pearl. The fact that that was a 10-2 scoreline in the first half, I don't know that they were mentally out of it. It wasn't in the comms. It didn't hear it, but visually something is different when you go down 10-2 on your own map pick. And even though they brought it back a little bit towards the end, and then you go down 5 rounds, 4 rounds even on the second map, like it's just hard to get back into that. It's been a great run, though, for the Saints. Props to them for making it as far as they did, but our grand finals, it goes to Oklahoma Christian, and they well deserve that victory, Los.
Without a doubt, and we'll have a chance to speak to one of the players before we head to our second match of the night, so don't go anywhere. NACE Starleague will return right after this. And we're back here at the NACE Starleague after our premier grand final. The dust is settled and Oklahoma Christian University have taken the crown. And joining us from OCU, we have Eli. Eli, congratulations on the victory. This is probably the biggest championship victory for you and the program, I believe. What does it mean to you and the entire team?
It means a lot to us. I mean, I think most importantly, the money. We need it real bad. I mean, we've been struggling out here, you know, college students. We just need to eat. So it means a lot to us in that aspect, and feels good to win first place. Can't beat it.
Well, listen, to be fair, you guys were eating all night, chomping down on the frag, and y'all were doing a great job. I mean, St. Clair looked like in a lot of situations, they just didn't have any answers. But you, if I'm not mistaken, the in-game leader, correct?
Yeah, I am.
So talk to me a little bit about that position and how you fulfill it for this team. What is the team vibes like when you're talking, and how do you prepare?
Well, on Pearl, Glyph, he helps me a lot with my IGLing. As him on Sentinel, he gets a lot of information for us, and he helps me co-IGL. But on Ascent, I kind of took over because it's more of my map. So the vibes were pretty calm. I mean, we all knew, like, we came in to play our game. On Ascent, I knew exactly what I wanted to do, so it was nothing new. It was another day in the office for me on Ascent. So
it did look pretty pedestrian, to be honest. Like, St. Clair didn't have any answers. But just talking about the series overall, because I mean, I think it would be fair to say that St. Clair probably weren't the expected team that you were thinking you were going to meet. They had that huge upset against Northwood in the semifinals. Yeah. So when you were preparing for this matchup, what was different looking at a St. Clair game versus a Northwood?
Well, I had a lot of information on St. Clair versus Northwood based on their that series that they had played. So I'd watched a little bit just to get the kind of vibe that they were giving, like how they wanted to play these maps and how they played in general. So I studied a little bit, but I didn't have to do too much. I just kept it pretty straightforward, kept it like us playing our own game rather than us trying to conform more to their game. We definitely thought we were going to play Northwood. It was definitely a surprise to see SEC in the finals, but I mean, we just, like I said, we just kept doing our own thing and ended up working out.
Well, I want to go from the specific to something a little bit more broad here, because I mean, just as a program, you guys have kind of just absolutely killed it this semester, last semester, coming from kind of what felt like nowhere to being a huge contender consistently and taking a huge victory here and now. How did you guys move from not really in the conversation to a top 5 team consistently?
Well, me and Glyph, we had recently just got here, and we were building around Saint, Entry, and Instinct. So when we first got here, we wanted to see how it was going to work out. Before we came here, we had practiced maybe once, and we felt some good vibes, and we felt that we could be really good. So then when we got here, everything kind of just started clicking. Unfortunately, we don't practice too much, but our individual skills and our knowledge of the game kind of blend together and help us win a lot. So, really grateful for my team and how well they play.
Fantastic. Well, you all played phenomenally and secured an amazing victory here in the NACE Starleague Grand Final. And part of the prize, you said that you wanted to eat, you wanted the money. So, what are y'all going to eat after this? What's the celebration meal?
I think we're going to Texas Roadhouse. That bread is something different.
All right. A big meal for a big winning team. Eli, congratulations on the victory. Love to see the gameplay, and we can't wait to see you in the fall.
Likewise. Appreciate you.
Folks, that's going to wrap it up for match number 1. We still got another absolute banger in the pipeline. Winthrop Fisher College coming at you in just a few, so don't go anywhere. NACE Starleague will return right after this. And we're back with the NACE Starleague, the final of the night. It's Fisher College versus Winthrop University. This is certainly going to be a banger. 2 top 5 teams in the region going head-to-head.
Not just the region, I mean, the entire nation, really. I mean, these are 2 teams that not only have they played quite a bit together, but they have played against just about everybody, and they have stood all. Let's start with this Fisher team, because I'll keep it a buck, close. This is the team that I know a lot more about than Winthrop. We've just gotten to see them a little bit more, and I'm a little bit more familiar with them. They have had some changes since last season, since the last time we looked at them, in that we've had to say goodbye, unfortunately, to 2 players, Ming and Psych, and now Tuzi and Rexgator in for those 2. But to be fair, Tuzi and Rexgator, they're 2 players that have had a ton of experience. They've been in that tier 3, tier 2 scene for a while. I've actually definitely seen Rexgator in their time with Hype Horizon, and much the same with Tuzi in their time with Trade Like Bros. It's been something that we've definitely seen these guys work, and it's been impressive. Fisher, they made those changes and they stuck at the top 5. They haven't dropped out of it. I don't think over the course of the entirety of fall or spring.
No, I mean, this is just a team that honestly is a threat to the collegiate ecosystem, no matter what game, what title they're playing in. When you see Fisher join in the server, you know it's going to be a problem. And now looking over to Winthrop, I wouldn't say a sleeper, not by any means. This has been a squad that has stood the test of time. They have always been consistently at the throats of one of the best contenders. I mean, this squad came in 3rd on CVAL East in the Winter Tournament. That's a big deal, and first in their own playoffs when it came to CVAL, just to get in there. Such a phenomenal track record with this team, and although it feels like we don't really know much about them, similar to OCU, a bit of a more fresher face on the scene, but still a deadly one nonetheless. And speaking of fresh faces, we're looking at Homie, who is the most recent addition, so recent that I believe it's within 2 days that they've joined this squad.
Yeah, I mean, that seems a bit wild to me, to be honest with you, but they could have been part of the, like, often teams have a bench, you know, that could have been pulled from there. I don't actually know what the deal is. What I do know, the maps we're going to play, Los. We're headed back to Pearl, which I know both you and I are going to be excited about. And then Fracture. Fisher electing to go there. This has been a Fisher pick, just pretty much the entirety that they've been a team. They have consistently been able to pick and play Fracture, and that's something that we see here as well. Haven, a bit more of a classic. We tend to see Haven in just about every series that we cast in the collegiate space, and that's no different here today as we head over to the 3-sider. I think that realistically, this series is probably slightly Fisher favored, and there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, I think the map pool is pretty good for Fisher, though not bad for Winthrop in the slightest. But also, in the head-to-head, Fisher has tended to have the better of Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, what's wild about these 2 teams is that they're usually facing off in those extended series, usually best of 5s, where it is a long endurance challenge of stamina, and that definitely does come into play when it comes to the, I would say, the mental capabilities of players. If you're playing for a very long time, sitting at the table, sitting at the screen, then it's going to have a bit of an issue. And if Fisher only have to take this one in 2, or Winthrop only have to take it in 2, I think we're going to see the best performances all dropped right here at the get-go on these first 2 maps, which, if you believe that they are Fisher favored, I mean, who knows? Could this be a 2-0, a second 2-0 in the grand finals? And, you know, I'm excited to head over to Fracture and Fisher picking the Fissure map in those 2 dimensions. I just wanted to say that. That's what the lead up. I'm going to admit it straight up. Yes.
Yeah, that fully set up. By the way, I did want to mention, though, that in the last 3 best of 5s that these teams have played, not a single one was 3-0. Not a single one. Now, 2 out of 3 did go to Fisher, and those were the 2 most recent ones. But the fact is that they went to 5 maps twice. This is not a situation where we're going to see a 2-0 in my book. I think this is a 3-mapper almost guaranteed, because of how dominant these 2 teams have been, and just how good they match up head to head. seems that they consistently are able to play the same stuff and at least be competitive on both of their opponents' maps. So with that said, we're getting ready to get into the Pearl side of things. As we get down to it, let's take a peek what the agent select is going to give it.
And this is what I love to see. Now, not exactly completely similar compositions that we looked at the previous series, but there's so much diversity in what the agents that either Winthrop or Fisher are willing to rock on with. I personally, big time Harbor adorer. I'm happy to see this come through. And double controller on either side of this team, of this server. It's really interesting how this has creeped into the meta. We first looked at in terms of two roles holding on. You'd think double sentinel, you'd think double duelist or double initiator. All of these advances were just so interesting, and now we're in a double controller meta. I'm certainly enjoying it personally as a controller mate.
Oh, but it's not just double controller though. Look, we got the Sage and the Killjoy as well there for Winthrop. They're in a position where they're doing the double. So I do think this is going to be interesting. Sage is not bad here. I don't actually know that I've seen enough to have like a good opinion about it. What I do know is that it's very different. The ideas right now, Fisher, what they want to do with this composition, generally speaking, is to use their significant utility in order to gather positioning and make space. Whereas Winthrop, they have a lot of that too, but they also have that Sage wall to add on.
Whole lot of nothing currently going on in the opening moments of this fight, or should I say round, as no fight has taken place. Broken and potting will be A77, who has a jump peek and actually takes one to the gut for their troubles. That information will be relayed, but no rotations are enacted just yet.
And the fact that there's no rotations is solely important because the fact the Spike's still over here towards the A site. I think spotting out that player towards Art is going to maybe cause a rotation for Fisher. And indeed it will. Comey, though, I think an additional frag. That's Rexgator down. And a full rotation. A complement of troops headed towards the B site for Winthrop.
That's Comey, the newcomer for this team, replacing Arado, who had worked with the Winthrop team to get themselves in this position in the first place. But now, as the activation of Fisher has made themselves onto B site, great shots allow them to take control, but not fully because moves is still intact and might be able to cause some chaos, and they will drop it down to a 2-on-2, and no healing is here for Dory.
One enemy
12 seconds. They're going to have to go, and yeah, Dory, we get taken out. Blair up top has the connections for two. Fisher College fall by the wayside in the pistol round. Winthrop will take it. And so with that, we look into this scenario. Fisher College, where are they going to go? I wouldn't be surprised. This Fisher team has been one that has decided to play a little more aggressive, I think, in their buys at times. Don't know about them with this newer look, because I haven't gotten to see them as much this season, but last season they certainly were willing to take some risks, and it looks like not so risky is the plan.
Trailblazer out. Won't see too much. Nazi, however, we'll see just what they need. And 2 easy. We'll make it 3 easy quick kills here for Winthrop. Bit of a error there in terms of blocking their own vision with their weapon. That'll be the case for the only kill for Fisher in round 2.
We started out this by seeing a consistent factor, and I want to point it out early. It's what we're about to see go down, and that is that early toxic screen towards the B site. Constantly seeing that put down by the offensive Fisher, and that's just to confirm, right, that, hey, there's always going to be some presence. And look at this, the adjustment right now from Winthrop by going aggressive. This is something that we saw St. Clair do early on, and they're going to see it once again. Winthrop, 3 players, 4 actually aggressing towards B long. This is a very, very exposed A site right now.
All comes down to A77. As long as they survive, A will survive as well. Hinges completely upon this Killjoy playing their life.
The information's been gained over at B. Pushed forward is the Sage. And nobody's actually watching up close, or at least not close enough to know that this info's been gathered yet. And so now a full rotation back the other way with now 3 players very much in the area of the A site. Not quite committed just yet, but Fisher walking right into that plan for the time being. They have art control, and it should be a pretty easy split with 1 player towards main.
Oh, A77, not even a chance to fire off. A little bit of damage on the Logan, but it certainly won't be enough as they'll take a second. That one now activated, or possibility of it. It's been refreshed. Last 2 players for Winthrop completely out of the zone. No real possibility for them to make it through, especially if they're all playing by themselves. 1 angle per. Lorg's got this one.
Yeah, this is just a matter of can you get an additional kill. This a bonus round, understandable, but it's not going to be as highly fought for. But I'm sure that Moves would love to take away a frag to go. Oh, might end up getting a kill or 2 here.
Oh!
We'll end up going down to the spike, and Fisher College, a very clean first round on the board.
Honestly, that was a solid effort from Moobs, able to bait out Logan to take that fight in the very end and prevent a flawless. I mean, yeah, that's just an ego thing, if you ask me, when it comes to stopping a flawless from happening. But it also was good enough for a operator to be purchased. If that 200 credits, if those 200 credits weren't acquired in that previous fight, you wouldn't see the sniper in the hands of the Sage.
Speaking of the sniper in the hands of the Sage, not the norm. You don't always see that. Little TikTok operator Sage wall action, though, could be fun. I know you're a TikTok enjoyer, Los. Is that on your feed? The Sage walls?
Honestly, it's mostly cats.
That's fair.
Mostly cats and very, very just weird, absurd videos.
Yeah, that's TikTok for you.
Well, that's with me as well. Logan breaks it on through, and they might go for more. There's always waiting on the other side of those double doors. But it's just a safety snake bite potential just to keep themselves in the game.
Love that one-way smoke at double door. It's really grimy. Feels really bad to play against, but it's incredibly effective. There's a reason we see it pretty often. Group up here towards the B site for Fisher. They're 4 men strong in that endeavor. They're going to have everybody here. Seeker's committed as well. That should start to give an idea, and it has Winthrop need to rotate. Quick to respond. There's 2 players, 3 in fact, already here.
Activation of this wall, that is an interesting use. I mean, Moobs doesn't have much to work with. They've got the op in the back hall. It will go around, hopefully to prevent the plant from taking place. That's not even a factor. It's Logan. Well, they're one you have to certainly consider. 4K under their belt in the second round for Fisher.
I'm not gonna lie, I ain't got a clue how Logan got 4 kills there. 0 ideas. Must have just hit all the shots is what I have come to expect. And
yeah, my first guess
reasonable.
was shooting. That's what.
Oh. No, I don't know why you call me the brain. You're the one with the big brain on your shoulder.
Yeah, it goes on my shoulders because I don't have a neck.
Yep, that's what I meant. Sure. Up to a tied score line though at this point, and oh, that's one way to find an opening pick.
Now you get brains on your shoulders too. Flare follow it up as well. Oh my, that was a collide into a headshot through their teammate, or maybe through the wall, but even so, Fisher. Certainly we're feeling confident after a 4K from Logan. Now they've been decimated.
I mean, Fisher left with only shoulders left. Their heads, they've been taken clean off. They've just got 1, 2, 3, 4 players down immediately. That aggression from A77 just simply phenomenal. A lot of fun to see, and Nazi as well. 2 quick frags with the Marshall. That's one way to win Thrifty round.
Yeah, that is that is something we have come to, I would say, a hard lesson we've come to find being true is that thrifties are never truly free. You will always have to fight every single round. Nothing is a given here in the NACE Starleague.
No, nothing given away. You got to take it for yourself. Blade Storm locked and loaded. It's going to be Fisher's full, and they will do so. No more opening picks here, says Logan.
I'm still so confounded by this Sage operator and Logan bringing in the double off the blades. It'll cost them one through Dory, but they're willing to pay that price. Tailwind might be activated if they have the blades in time, but Nasi stop them in their tracks.
Ain't nothing wrong with the Sage operator, to be fair. It's just, it was caught a little bit. And when you're not running a duelist, it can be kind of tough to figure out who takes that reins. Those reins? Yeah, those reins. Or those range.
Last player standing.
The pre-fire, but the pre-fire ends up being the negative. Floric can't quite find that frag.
And this is just a slow incoming death toll. I'll recover. I am a believer in the Sage op. I take that back. I'm sorry for even making that statement.
Good.
Been fired from the Cloud9 social
Moves
team
also
as a
had
result.
the opening pick there, to be fair. Just wasn't ready for the Blade Storm dash forward.
And you know, that's also just an ambitious play from Logan. And surprisingly, that pop-off in the beginning didn't transfer into a victory in the round, and now they're back on their butts in terms of a half-buy.
Yeah, it seemed the response from Winthrop very swift and a very good response. Hey, remember that opening pick conversation? Yeah, we found another one. Fortunately, Comey will go down through a wall somewhere. I don't know where that happened.
And two there for Flare. It won't be... It's not full push. 2v3. With the activation of the Nightfall. Oh, this Reckoning. This Reckoning may not be a great time, but wow! What a moment for the Cove to fall. Dory had a freebie on him. Now the final attempt. It'll come from Art, but with an activation of the Viper's Pit. This is going to be such a difficult effort. But a res makes it a bit easier. But a res doesn't make it a bit easier.
One enemy remaining.
They got the pit. We've got the extra player tagged up down now through that pit, and the smoke not faded. But look at Tuzi. 1-on-2. Tough situation. Little tap. Trying to bait them forward, but they know that there's no reason to do so. The smoke will fall. The game will be up. Now it will
left.
be thus. Tuzi.
Guardian. That is what finishes it off. And that is such a grand commitment from Fisher College. Not through weaponry, as it was Stingers and a Guardian, but through ultimates. The Reckoning and the Viper's Pit. A retake and a Sight Taker. Or should I say, a Post Plant and a Execute ultimate. Both used. Both unable to find the fruits of their labor.
Yeah, and it's understandable, right? Like, it was a good investment. It did force out not only a res, there was the Nightmare used, the Nightfall, excuse me. Like, everything for Winthrop was also being invested into that round, and they only had 2 survive. So, if you kind of compare and contrast the investments, it's not that bad, but it is a bit of a frustrating outcome to see Fisher not win that round. Timeout called. Tori taking the time to conversate about what's next for this Fisher team. They're going up against the operator once again, and got full rifles to cover it off.
Couple ultimates in hands of Winthrop. They have the Cosmic Divide as well as the Viper's Pit. 877 on the way for the lockdown, but you do see that of the same for Rex Gator. Possibility for a strong post plant, even if they aren't relying on the Viper's Pit. They time it right, and they time this attack correctly. I mean, that's a 5-player attempt over to B. Nobody is holding the site proper.
And this is the potential threat when you don't play on the site specifically, but A77 is going to get an early warning. All that utility by this Killjoy will have the information. Trailblazer goes out to side hall. We're in position now for the spike to go down. So it's really just a free plant. Now the retake can get going.
And there's that post plant. It's the lockdown. It is a solid usage. It's the right idea, but it almost feels a bit too early, as we are now just having moobs arrive to the site. So they're ready. They've been prepared for a situation like this. 77. They'll be the entry, or they'll hope to be, as they make their way onto the site. Rexgator and Tuzi. It's not the angle that they were expecting. It's on the other side of the Cosmic Divide, where they've escaped. Tuzi sitting inside of the hall. The time is ticking. The lives are still at stake in NACE. Asi almost able to close it down with an extra 2 kills, but it simply wasn't enough. And everyone will go down at the end of this round.
A bloodbath with 10 players falling by the wayside, indeed, is the outcome, but nonetheless a victory in the hands of Fisher College. An expensive one, but a victory is what they have. Investments were heavy as well for Winthrop. They used that Cosmic Divide. It was good. I thought that Cosmic Divide might give them enough space to work with, but it just did not. And Logan with the clutch up. A couple of key frags there at the very end. This is an interesting Viper Spit. Rarely do we see the Viper Spit out at mid. Not that it's a bad decision by any means, it's just different. We typically see these used in, you know, an early round scenario, or maybe even for a retake if you're feeling a bit wacky.
Perhaps Winthrop and Comey are feeling a bit silly today.
That's just you.
I'm just a silly guy, you know. I feel silly every day. But, you know...
That's what they call you? Silly Lows?
You know, they call me a lot of things. Some a bit harsher than silly. But let's see how harsh moves is about to be. Well, they're certainly not holding any punches, not with that up.
Nope. No punches pulled at any rate. Winthrop going to have that opening pick and getting away with it as well. The moves walking around the corner, does get hit with a Trailblazer position given away, but that's not a problem. And just stand there and wait for the aggression to come forward.
That's exactly what an op player wants. And that's the exact opposite of what they're looking for. Tuzi, beautiful shot and good entry onto site, realizing someone's in pit, and they are dealt with. A third for Tuzi, and the spike is planted.
A triple kill. Sublime work there from Tuzi. Just getting into the action. Fisher College, I mean, surely they can confirm this round. Tuzi just seal the deal, and it will. Rex actually takes that frag. A77 all alone with a Guardian in hand.
The one here for Fisher. Doing simply a beautiful job of having those explosive entrances onto a site. And it comes down to individuals having beautiful multi-kills. That one was Tuzi. Even with all that low HP, able to take the fights, able to make the quick flicks to earn those kills and earn the victory.
A 5-4 scoreline now. Fisher putting themselves into position to now bring this back. A much more confident Fisher after those first couple of rounds. Not only that, much more competitive Earl than we saw in our first series night. Though, this is crazy. Look, they're basically back to back. Winthrop, is this going to be timed? My goodness, Nasi could get away with this, but has no idea. No audio cue's been made. Now it will be.
Is he right around the corner, waiting for the moment? And the moment is theirs. A third, perhaps? No, not to be done. And so the pinch exists. All 3 remaining players of Winthrop will come from opposing angles. So it is a possible moment for a glorious pinch. But with the firepower in hand, it doesn't feel that way.
That cove is difficult to ascertain or move through, but we will do just that. Maybe this could be a difference, though. Moves is made. The connection and A77 the same. But it's all up to one man left.
With a shorty, no less. Marshall here. And with one bullet in, it's a miss onto Dorian. Well, a story will play out exactly how we expected. A good attempt from Moobs in the backline, though, to have a potential pinch from Art. Certainly caused a bit of a frightening moment for Fisher, I would believe. But now we're all tied up, 5-5.
Yeah, the lead that Winthrop had done well to create early into this. It was 5-2 scoreline. Now it's evaporated. It's gone in the blink of an eye. The gun round, last round was just saved. Just pistols. That 3-player aggression. High risk, but not as high with just pistols in hand. Now, it's getting serious. 5-player aggression towards the B site. A77 taking an initial fight, but damage done and falls back. It's dead.
Now comes the reckoning. Warwick ensuring that no angles will be left unchecked. Well, the use of the Trailblazer, but at any rate, the site was completely evacuated. Now, it'll have to be the same situation again. It was hopefully after the plant was secured, where Rex Skater falls before the spike is activated, and now it's in enemy territory. Fisher College, they have to retake.
No detainees, but still plenty of space to win this round. Res should it be necessary for Winthrop. There ain't no way that they even need it. This spike can rotate, but how confident would you be moving? Who's he gone? It's just 2 players remaining.
Winthrop, I mean, look at how spread they are. They're even prepared for a rotation. This is still a winnable fight with just the 2. An even one. Player activating, I believe, the gravity well. Oh, Clark spots the gun barrel from Comey. There's an immediate retreat. Fake activation of the spike. They're okay with just buying time. Kobe somehow doesn't fall, and that's the spike in the back hall. That's a guaranteed victory in those final seconds.
What a key round victory, and it all comes down to that lockdown. Timing perfect for A77. Gathers information, then puts it down, and then the denial of the planter. I don't know who got that kill, but Rex Skater falling. Critical. Fisher College, they might have tied the game up just a moment ago, but now they're back down in the doldrums. They can't get this victory. They can't retake this lead, or rather, take it for the first time.
This has to be a dump of ultimates. 4 of them for Fisher. 2 activated. Oh, doesn't make it over the wall, no. Moves is playing, running for their life. Op still in hands, and that is not something that's going to be very viable when you've got a toxic screen and a high tide at the same time. It comes down to A77. There's the activation. There's an attempt, an assist off the turret. That's what finishes off Logan before they can get the double, but it's Tuesday who once again has done the work to clear out a site. Viper's Pit is a possibility, but they need the spike planted first.
Yeah, but that seems reasonable. That seems doable. There's the pit activation. Gonna put the spike down inside of it. There is that res. That could be utilized over towards dugout, actually. There's a player there, or no, actually just in the entryway. Player coming back. Now 3-on-4. Fisher College, a lot of work to be done.
Oh, caught in the seas, and now an opportunity to get behind the Cosmic Divide. This is Cosmic Injustice for Fisher College. They have no chance. It's up to Dory to break on through, but there's a body blocking at every corner. Every attempt to hold on to the site is met with an impossibility, courtesy of Winthrop.
7-5, the score line. And in fairness, about the same look as we saw on the backside of this one. Winthrop, they've won this map against Fisher in one of their last times that they played just a few days ago. In fact, on the 21st, this past weekend in CVAL, it was 5-7 in the first half as well. History repeating itself, maybe? Who knows? What I do know is that was a Winthrop victory. That time, just 2 rounds though between them now. Fisher College. One of the weaknesses though that I did see is that they weren't quite able to hang on when it came to those post-plant scenarios. Also, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I don't think I am.
Oh, okay. I think we're paused because Blair and A77 have 130 ping each.
Well, now I'm seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we might be getting back into this one now.
Yeah, seems like it's solidifying. Going on a downward trend at the very least. 130 ping does not feel good.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I live my life on high ping, and it's just, you gotta take a pause.
Wait, are you saying you live your life like IRL on high ping, or like when you're online, when you're playing game?
IRL.
What does that look like? Is that like do you start crossing a street and then you get like clipped by a car because you lagged back?
You know, it has happened, and considering I didn't have insurance at the time, you know, you just walk that bad boy off.
You're now my spirit animal for the day, at least. That's impressive.
I mean, there's not much time left in the day, so I guess I'll take it. Thanks.
Well, listen, it's a very high honor.
We got 2.5 hours left, man.
You know what? We can go into tomorrow as well. It's okay. I will concede. Oh, well, hopefully no concessions being made here, and it looks like they're not. I'm just getting a little wait on the routing. Hopefully that'll get a little better here in a moment. So, but Winthrop, a good look. They've done well for themselves early into this series. Like I said, last time that they played on Pearl against Fisher just last weekend was their victory. 13-8 was the scoreline. And while we're at it, Fracture's been a bit of an interesting one, right? Winthrop, the prior 2 times, this is including one game last semester, was Winthrop winning. Close, but winning. Until last time, where they got absolutely mollywopped. It was 4 rounds that they got total on Fracture. So, a little interesting tidbit, a little sneak preview of what we got coming up next.
Well, I guess you could understand that's why Fisher is bringing that map into this pool. And I'm always excited. Personally, I'm a big-time Fracture enjoyer. I know that you have changed your mind on it. You used to be a big-time hater. Now you've come around to the fun-loving side.
It's a cyclical type of thing, you know? Like, bringing them up, I'm like, I hate change. Grr, you know? And then, to be fair, is a wacky map. And then the more I watch it, I'm like, it's kind of fun to watch. Even though I don't like to play it, it's kind of fun to watch. And that's where I'm at now.
Yeah, you also liked Breeze. Did you like that at the beginning, or were you like,
no,
Breeze is actually great?
Always good. Breeze is always good.
Come on.
Listen. This is the hot take that everybody just like can't get behind, but I stand by it. Breeze is what I call a well-designed map. It's got 3 lanes. I understand it's long range, but it's got 3 lanes and it's good.
Wait, what?
Never mind. Don't worry about it. You know, listen. I had to listen to all of your hyping hot icebox takes. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, no, it's not that bad. You are happy it's out of the pool. What are you thinking of Bond coming back into the play? We didn't have it specifically here in the grand finals because, I mean, all these teams have been playing on one map pool. Are we going to switch it up for the final day? No, but it's going to be exciting to see how this is going to be impacting the future map pools. I mean, I don't think the changes are major, but I'm just happy to see it back because I, like you, am an old man who doesn't like change.
We get that a lot, you know, just ancient old men. Why are these guys yelling at clouds? But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of in the same boat, Los. I'm like, well, they didn't change it enough for it to feel like it's a rework. But I don't know. Maybe they did have some significant changes with like the teleporter. So maybe it'll be enough that I just haven't seen it yet, and we'll see. We will see indeed, though. We'll also have to wait a little bit longer to see what's going to happen in this map and how things will end as we are at halftime, because unfortunately our ping issues have not resolved themselves. So we're just going to take a short break from us just talking about clouds, and we'll be back when the game continues.
Oh, hey, we're back and we're in the middle of the action. Whoa! It's pistol time, and Logan is about to make sure it's bloodbath time. Stop Fisher from walking through, but it's still 1-for-1.
I just got some whiplash there. Just zooming back in. Lurk is in a good spot. Oh, I said a good spot if he had stayed there.
He was.
Unfortunately, yeah. Kind of got, I wouldn't call it over-aggressive, was looking for information, hoped to find a free kill. Instead, found a free death, which is definitely not the good side of that equation.
Usually don't have to pay for those.
That is fully false, Liz.
Yeah, my bad. Anyways, so backing off is Winthrop, making a look toward A. And we've got one lone defender. It's Rexgator, but they are certainly not alone, not with all that utility. It's going to be a big hurdle for Winthrop to overcome if they want to get onto site.
30 seconds left.
That said, I mean, sure, all this utility, Rexgator has to know about it, though. And I guess that'll give the idea. Time for rotations to be coming, but they're coming from light years away, close. They're so far.
Oh, good one from Rexgator, but Flare on a tear at the moment. 3K for them. And then we'll secure the plant. Tusi coming in just a bit too late. And we've seen what they're capable of when it comes to that solo dolo performance, specifically on A side, but they're not making that miraculous move. Not this round.
I would have preferred to see them wait maybe a little bit for Logan to make a move or get into position, but nonetheless, 1v3 and insta-dink down to 13. Logan, surely there's no chance. He'll get first, though.
I can't imagine this goes the way of Logan, no. It has to be A77 providing that support from the other side of A main, and it will be Winthrop taking the pistol, taking an opportunity to extend this lead, keep Fisher College lagging behind, and take it with this anti-eco.
I don't recall who it was, but whoever was trying to maybe deny the plant, there's something along those lines there for Fisher. Kind of felt like, I think it was Tusi, a little bit over aggressive. Could have waited a bit for Logan to get into position and play that together instead. Don't know what the audio cue was or what was heard, but clearly was trying to find some sort of timing. It just didn't work out. Nonetheless, Fisher working with limited weaponry into this round. Gonna have to try and do a little bit more damage with it. Right now, Winthrop is not given a lot of opportunities. Nobody engaging in solo endeavors, with the exception of this Killjoy, who's just playing passive, waiting, looking, baiting for some aggression. As the rest of the Winthrop team walk their way through Art, into short, and onto the site.
It's interesting to see how Fisher College just concede A site and play for main, rather. And they've shown their hand. Logan, they go for the fight in Chloric, hoping to keep themselves alive by taking down that haunt. It results only in pain, as we would have expected working with pistols, but you've got the opportunity for such a long-range flank. There's not going to be enough time in the world for Rex Skater, as well as Dory, to wait for that to happen.
Moves has been so consistent on these frags. I understand it's an eco round. Who cares? But I'm enjoying it. Whether it be the operator or a different weapon, the Bulldog in this case. Exit attempts going to be made here. Tuzi in the best position of anybody, and oh man, that's brutal for Dory. Or any chance, any opportunity, it's all denied by that haunt, and then simultaneously the Nano Swarm.
Oh, okay. Tuzi coming out in the final moment and actually brings a Bulldog into the next round. That's how Tuzi's feeling right now. I mean, of course, it still is a loss at the end of the day, but that's a big hit to the bonus capabilities of Winthrop.
Certainly is, though at 9-5, you don't feel like Winthrop is in need of much help. Like, these guys are playing very well. They did lose out a little bit in that last round, and you can see it in their buy, right? They don't have the additional weapons. They're working on a couple of just sheriffs and good utility to get out here in mid. Taking the early fights. Those are close range, but Crossfire just too good.
Moves with the absurd rush through that one way and destroys all utility inside of B-Link. I'm surprised they even got to that point. And Logan has taken a much closer angle. Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
You wanted to go through this? Sorry, Flair. You're gonna have to walk through the cascade, bud.
I think that's gonna be the round here. Oh, Flair caught out Logan. At least with some information, but end of the day, firepower, confidence in terms of what the rest of the team is going to do in the rest of the round, I think, mounted on top of each other. And Fisher College, after 4 rounds of being dormant, they've finally awoken.
It is a bonus round, though, and props to Winthrop. Like, they got pretty creative there. If they're going to work with those weapons, then getting a fast, aggressive play in through mid, not a bad maneuver. It could have been just one player there. Instead, it was a 3-man setup. So they got rolled. This is the more important round, the big one, so to speak. Fisher College back on their weapons as per you would expect, but it's Winthrop that have the weaponry as well. Logan, in this close angle.
Oh no! It can't be! And an escape for Logan as well! A tailwind leaves them just wondering, scratching their heads, how could we let that one happen?
I mean, the reality is just great movement from Logan to get out of that. Will dash away. That's the beauty of having the likes of a Jet, and that's, I mean, where Winthrop can sort of be at a disadvantage.
$77 here in the 1v4. And honestly, it doesn't matter what angles were checked. That seemed as an impossibility for A77 and the rest of Winthrop to make anything work out of that round. And such a great successive round for Logan, a 4K. And it knocks Winthrop back down onto an eco.
Now, this is what I wanted to see from Fisher. This is the comeback. They're now right in the driver's seat for this round. And potentially this game. Looking to find the upset on this map, where Winthrop have had their number. The last performance. Remember, that's not been very long. They've had a full week to talk about what's been the problems, but oh, goodbye, Nasi. We'll see you next round, my friend. No res available.
Oh, all the way on the other side. That's another loss. So 2 players gone from either end. Rexgator holding it down here in Art. Winthrop doesn't even have a chance to answer any of these fights. It's all easy, one and done for every member of Fisher who actually gets an engagement. And A77 alone one more time. And it'll be a similar result. Failure.
Indeed. And that was the expectation for this round. Let's not get it twisted or anything like that. Fisher College, though, would love for this to be a flawless, and it will be. Rexgator taking the final frag for the triple kill. And so we're just about tied up, but there's one heavy buy standing in the way of Fisher's attempts to tie this game. Winthrop on the attack. There is a weakness here to where, like, the Winthrop strategy, right? So you look great on the defense. You have so much utility by playing this composition. Double controller, double sentinel, and then an initiator. But the problem is your solo initiator is a fade, which is arguably one of the worst initiators for getting information early. And you also don't have a duelist. So it can be difficult to make your way, number one, approaching a site, and number two, defending it.
Flair. Beautiful opener against Logan. And this is the first time there's been a moment where Winthrop have the upper hand. It's just been 1 kill and now a second from Comey. They have everything they need. The tools have been provided to take a site. Chloric is going to be a bit of a pain there through A main. But they'll escape. And it still doesn't create that much of a hostile environment in the post plant.
Hey, speaking of a pain, this guy is a pain in the behind right now. Refrag, Chloric still alive. Sure, there is going to be the res, which means that Winthrop are going to be prepared. But look at this quick flank. Are they going to be prepared? Well, they absolutely know.
Oops. Wants to continue down the fire, but it's not enough. Tuzi here with 4 HP. Running on the opposite side. Understands that they simply have to survive this round, and there's nano swarms preventing an opportunity for a plant, or diffuse rather. NACE 77, now the last person alive, finally is able to secure a win and bring one home for Winthrop.
Yeah, remember, I just was talking about it, like, where the strengths and weaknesses of this composition for Winthrop. Well, sure, they're great on the defense, but they might have trouble taking space on the attack with just this initiator, in addition to maybe having a difficulty getting onto a site, being who's going to be the tip of the spear, right? Usually that's going to be your duelist, your jet, your rays, something like that. Neon, for example. Well, no. Doesn't seem to matter when Winthrop are just playing against an aggressive Fisher that are giving them duels early. They can play back as if they're defending.
Enemy kill.
Woo! Nice shot out of Logan. Operator in hand, I believe. First one this series. No, what am I saying? First one for Fisher this series.
There we go. Listen, it's already been some... What? That was on him?
Oh. Oh my. Boobs. Magnificent shots. Take the Yomp out of commission. At least for a few moments. Might be recovered by Tuzi. Rather not. All about maintaining the position that you currently hold. A77 hoping to pull a fast one onto Dorian and make the swing before the high tide is activated. Dory does not give a toot.
Oh, high tide goes down, but guess what comes up? It's the toxic screen in position. Brilliant situation now. The cascade for Dory. Going up towards mid. But all of that, still 3 players for Winthrop in position at A.
Dory breaks down the wall. And they're being hunted by Comey.
Planted.
But Dory is not
Player
a
standing.
piece of prey. They are a predator instead. And this is such quick work in a post plant. It doesn't even feel like a retake, did it, Vincent? It felt like Winthrop just didn't have the site yet. They planted, but it was never theirs.
Yeah, no, they just took up some temporary residents. They were squatting on the site that was actually owned by Fisher. And so Fisher just came back in, said, pay me the rent. They said no and kicked them out. That's what happened.
I've tangled with squatters in the past, and this was a much easier conclusion than my real-life experience. Fisher College, only one round away from making the equalizer here on their opponent's map pick.
Maybe next time you can just send a message over to Fisher and hire them up.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes.
You know, they are around the Philly area. Not really. They're in Boston, but it's the same general vicinity. Northeast.
Enough about my personal life.
I mean, yeah. A lot of space there in mid for Winthrop to currently deal with. Though Fisher, they've given it up, but they haven't given it away. They've allowed for Winthrop to kind of poke their nose in, but now they're retaking that area with the Trailblazer. Nope, that's a guiding light. Logan, where was that? That was over at B. Free shot. NACE 77 fell.
Here comes the pain. And Dory, on the quick reflexes, sends a cascade. A second one to follow. They're all about retreating, playing their life. A smart play indeed. But in the moment, Winthrop have been able to take up temporary residency, but again, never fully settled. Especially now that you have a Reckoning. Moves is the forward player. They have to find this victory. A resurrection brought into play. No one is going to challenge it. Save for Dory. Oh. And if you need someone to find a clutch, it's got to be them. Tuzi brought back to life, I believe. And they're the one who brings safety, bring balance to this server.
It was a res actually there for Winthrop that ultimately came through, and so no, Tuzi not brought back, but Tuzi there to clutch. Dory getting the kill on the resurrected member and then taking the additional fight against Moobs and winning it as well was really the big turning point of that round. As Fisher College now tied the game up, and what a turn that would have been, right? Could have been 11-9 there for Winthrop in the 1v1 if they won it. Instead, it's 10-10 and Winthrop back to the drawing board despite having weapons at hand.
That was the activation of the Cosmic Divide. Toxic Stream. And both signs of the Isle on belief. Won't be utilized. I mean, this is just an absolute clown fiesta. Cosmic Divide as well as the barrier will keep this planter safe. But how many will be safe from the lockdown? What?
They're all detained. They can't move. They can't see. Rex will take 2 just for free.
Oh my. May feel like an overcommitment just to stick around to secure that plant. And I would have to contend that is the case. How much was lost in just an attempt of escaping? So much footing off the back of that lockdown. In a beautiful way, Fisher has taken the lead. 3 in a row.
I'm just doing some math, and yeah, this is the first lead Fisher's had this whole map. And it's at 11-10. Talk about winning when it matters. Who cares if you win round 1 and 2? You're on top at the end of the game. That's where it counts. Lots of extra money in the pockets, though, with Winthrop. They have a save round here, but it's unfair to call it a eco. Got a lot of that weaponry, sheriffs, even a additional rifle. They're making their way on A. This is fully the A site theirs, and the plant get down.
Spike planted. Welcome to my world.
Skater inside this nebula. It falls. They have to know flares here. Shots to the body. It's enough to intimidate, but it's not enough to kill. And in quick succession, that's 3 down for Winthrop. Playing it safe inside of that Viper's pit. No, it's a daring adventure from Comey. And they return to the safety of their pit. But now it's a 3-on-1.
Oh, I thought Logan had that. That looked like it could have been there.
Enemy remaining.
The
Oh,
shot,
God.
Comey, for the clutch. Won't be the case. Would have won the round if they took an extra minute just to make sure that that snake bite went on target, I think.
What a wild moment.
Match point.
I'm not sure if that would have been enough to completely remove the health. Orc in those final seconds. Too close to call. But now we can see that this is 12-10. Only one more round for Fisher. They've got 2 solid ultimates, a Viper's Pit of their own, and nothing to work with in terms of ultimates if you're Winthrop.
Winthrop are up against the wall right now. This could be the way that Fisher potentially win this in 2-0 fashion if they win their own map pick as well. But they've got to pick it up here and now. There's just 2 rounds that Winthrop need to win. That is not a lot. This operator, Logan, another opening pick. He's been good, and he delivers once again.
So critical. Pulling that angle and finding the initial pick. Who was that kill on Fade? Now they have essentially no information gathering capabilities. No Prowler, no Hunt, no C's to tackle down anyone who's initially spotted. You've got the sniper still on the platform. Drop down. Logan is not done yet. Blades activated. They smell blood. They want to taste it, but they only taste lead by overheating.
A little over aggressive, sure, but still putting them into a perfect position. Fisher College now, courtesy of the operator of Logan, in a 4-on-2, pardon me. Uzi. Up top in heaven. This cascade is so perfectly placed, isn't it? Finally drops down.
Oh, okay. A77 and flare out of nowhere. Rex Skater has to keep things reasonable, and Dory will as well. And coming back, a beautiful run on the defensive half. It will be Fisher College winning it out 13-10.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher, it was that critical round. I mean, I went back to it. That huge potential clutch where it was, instead of 9-11, it was 10-10. And Winthrop just, they were absolutely racked in their money. They couldn't bring it back. And once the 12th round got there, it felt like eventually Fisher was going to get it, and they delivered very swiftly. So Fisher College looking like the better team right now. Individually, they had some great performances. It felt like just everybody was right there. But Logan specifically had just a good game in general, and Tuzi as well. Those are the 2 that really stood out to me.
Yeah, Tuzi, simply an entry controller. I guess you have room for one of those when you bring 2 of them onto your roster, so that makes it okay.
Yeah.
A site anytime that there was a fight going down over for A, it was Tuzi making it happen. And, you know, I feel like I'm just gonna hype up everybody on this team. But for me, it's Logan and Dory, because Dory was a player who was always able to hold it down by always working with their teammates, always being, I would have to say, a good teammate in the ability to make those trades, hold their angle, and if anything was going down in their position, they were able to support whatever weaknesses existed, if there really were any when it came to Fisher College. But a beautiful start and a great showing from both of these teams in the beginning.
Yeah, a very competitive game. 13-10 the final score line, but remember, Winthrop, they picked Pearl, which means as we head towards Fracture coming up next, the chance here for Fisher, if they can win their own map pick, to walk away with a victory. This would be the first time that it would be a sweep when these 2 teams played in, I mean, any of the games I could find in VLR, but regardless, we'll be taking a short break. Fracture up next, right after this.
Welcome back to NACE Starleague. It is the Valorant Open Premiere Finals, and we're about to jump into map 2 of Fracture. And this is an absolute heater. Fisher College, Winthrop University. First map going down 13-10 in favor of Fisher. And now we're going on to Fisher's own map pick.
Indeed. And, I mean, that's Fracture. Last time that these two teams played on this map, I mean, Winthrop, they were running their heads straight into a brick wall, just like NACE Starleague runs on Duncan. All you gotta do is click the Twitch panel down below and find a Duncan near you. My favorite as of recently has been the bagels, like the little bagel bites. Oh, those things are solid. Get yourself some everything bagel bites. I'm in heaven. I'm dying for those.
Listen, you know, I'm gonna say it once. I'll say it again. I'll say it forever. The snack and bacon. Eat it. It's bacon in a bag. And listen. I understand that you might be afraid of reverting back to those primal days, but do it. It is just phenomenal. It's maple flavored. Oh,
Zero
my
fear.
God. Zero fear
here.
Zero fear. Well, let's hope there's not any fear for Winthrop facing a potential 2-0 victory. The first of its kind between these two teams.
Indeed, yeah. This would be insane. Now, granted, I'm looking back and like, yeah, those were best of 5s that went the distance, but still, to see a Fisher victory in 2 here would be incredibly strong and would really set the tone that, hey, this Fisher team, listen, they're ranked higher for a reason. It's because they're winners. Potential to win right here. Potential to win the entirety of the NACE Starleague as we head into the second map. And we get underway with the agent selection. Things looking pretty standard here to me for the most part. We got a return of the Cypher. I'm sure you're happy about that. Otherwise, pretty standard. The only thing that is different, and this is entirely dependent on the team, is sometimes we'll see a Neon here as opposed to the Jet, but Jet works just fine.
You know, I just don't know why you think I hate Cypher. We're lovers, Vincent. I love him, okay? You know, I mean...
I hold on a second. You're cheating on me? That's outrageous.
We're on different game servers, man. You're on East, I'm on Central. Things have come to change, but no changes in terms of these two roster lineups. I'm digging it. You know, it definitely just comes down to who can play this composition better, and that's something that you can kind of enjoy when it comes to the mirror matchups. Obviously, it's like, boo, pick something original, please. As some would say, not me personally.
Not you. Others with strong opinions.
Yes, not me. Not.
That's Lowe's just walking all the way backwards, trying to lose all the hate that just appeared out of nowhere in the chat.
No one's coming after me, and if they,
no one would dare. I mean, who could come after such a handsome host, Lowe?
Modeling agencies, I would imagine, but I mean, it's time to start things off.
Indeed, it is. Winthrop on the attack here. Fisher, pretty proactive in their information gathering in Arcade. They've gathered some of that info, and well, now they've heard what's going on. It's back over towards the A side.
Oh my God! Talk about terrible luck for moves to land right on that trap wire. I don't know if it's great prediction or great misfortune. Regardless, it will be a singular casualty that falls Winthrop before they plant the spike.
All part of the plan is how I would be spinning that if I was the Cypher. Fisher College with the man advantage because of it. Logan so prepared for this regress, but Naomi will find that frag. That's great. Now it's equalized.
This is such an outrageous post plan. Everyone from Winthrop, they rushed back into A main. A beautiful kill with the paint shells. Floric rushes back to the site itself, hopefully to start things off. Spike is halved, and Dory's actually going to pop off and take 2. There might be time inside of the smoke. Perhaps they can stay alive enough to find the defusal, but A77 at the final stroke will be able to find the shot as the smoke dissipates.
That was awful close. I'm pretty sure that was maybe half a second from being a defuse. Really looked like that was going to happen. But Fisher just not quite there. Valiant attempt, though, from Dory. 3K, though, from A77, stepping up. And here's Pretty interesting buy. It's all Spectres. Well, all but one. Boob's the only one working with less than that. Or rather, more than that. I don't know why I'm getting things mixed up. Unable to count. Unable to look. There. Making his way in. That could have been deadly.
Well, I mean, it still was deadly. 2Z rushing out with the best gun in the game. Brings it down on a 2v3. Still haven't been able to secure the spike, and there might be submachine guns readily available. That is possible. Beautiful stun with the fault line. Unfortunately, no one else has the capabilities to run that up.
Now, it started out well for Fisher. There are some good trades. Bit of a rainbow in the kill feed there on the entry for Winthrop. Mostly due to their, maybe you could say, a laissez-faire approach to getting into the site. Just send it. We'll blast back in, dash for it. It'll be fine. And it was, mostly. So, not as perfect as it could have been. But here's the real deal. The gun rounds coming up. Wins here for Winthrop would be great. But look at what they've got bought up. Moves got a shorty. And that's it. For a gun round.
You know, if you know how to use it right, that's all that
not
really
a judge
matters,
list.
because here we go. Moobs running into tower. And that would have been a beautiful moment. But now they have pretty much exhausted their capabilities of this round.
That's just, yeah, you swing out wide with a shorty at head, and you're into 3 players, but oh, this has been brought back. He's 77 with a clutch potential here.
Woo! And the realization there was a trap wire activated behind him on bridge. A77 can turn this into a clutch of epic proportions, but Logan simply refuses.
All right, listen. I will admit, maybe my brain is small, but why not just plant the spike there and play the 1v1? Why take the fight early? Is there something that you noticed that I didn't, Los?
It's that A77 wanted to fight. I think that's...
Yeah, I missed that one. Gotta think.
I think they might have typed in all chat, fight me. I think that was...
It's fight me, F-I-T-E, right?
Yes. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's the only way to do it. Judge. The best gun in the game for Rex Skater. Oh, and he's about to get a lot of company.
Or perhaps not.
They baited me. They baited me, Los.
Circumvention, realization. There's a cipher on this site. We're not going through A main. It's gonna be an issue. Rex Skater facing the harsh realities of sitting around with a judge. Now no longer trap wires the capability. And this will be a plant for Winthrop. Walk on through. But here's the reality of the situation. It's a rolling thunder. An orbital strike just as a preventative measure. I'm not sure how that's going on, but it actually worked.
Player standing. 1 enemy remaining.
1v1 though. That orbital strike stopped the reaggression, and A77 has the frag. Confirmed the opener and the closer. And yeah, that orbital strike for Winthrop, what it did is it ensured that nobody from Fisher could effectively follow up on that rolling thunder. It split the players and created those 1v1s in eventually gives Winthrop the win. Heads up play there, and a risky one as well. Because Comey, in reality, that could end up, depending on where players are located, be a really poor play or a really good play. Just depends.
Here we are now, another look toward B. Only 1 player defending it, though. That is going to be interesting, leaving just Dory. However, a majority of the focus is a 4-man flank from attacker spawn.
But that flank, it's going to be held off not only by a player.
Oh,
that's
no.
Nazi. There's a tripwire there, too, so even despite the trade, the tripwire is effective.
And they were able to find that kill. Dory might be able to walk out with something, and they do! With just 1 and done. I'll take it. All things considered, working with pistols.
More exits would be phenomenal here, but Winthrop, they're playing it a little bit more prudent this time. Passive, the approach. And, well, the camera will ensure that no surprises come from Arcade either. Showstopper. Surely you don't want to use that here.
Perhaps not as good as he expected. No, but the result is all the same. Mark just... Honestly, at this point, send it, right? There's not much of an opportunity to do so, though.
Giving it the old college try, but not so successful this time. Though, realistically, a couple of kills is all you would expect. Winthrop, though, what they've done by winning these specific rounds, they've found the openings, and they've also forced Fisher into one of the worst situations in the game of Valorant. And that's winning a round and then instantly losing. And so that forced that save. And what we see now is a 2-round deficit turned to 3.
Ultimate's back again. Winthrop has that orbital strike. It was a gamble. We're talking about the devastating amount of ultimates being imparted onto this round, and none of them truly finding any efficacy.
Information, though, gathered via that tripwire. Now the push can come back, but there's a lot of post-plant utility, namely the orbital strike and the showstopper here for the offense.
And that neural theft is going to make things so much more simple. Boobs is here by the boxes. They've been caught out. Every position is known, but even so... Oh, God! A bad reload timing! But even so, at the end, when the smoke clears, it is Fisher College. After a walloping that they've received in these last 2 rounds, they'll come back and put their bodies, their name, their team on the scoreboard.
Yeah, losing out that key 1v1. Dory almost getting the defuse, and then the eco round only after that. Now, bringing it back. Remember, gotta get more than 1 round at a time. That's the key. Start building your economy. Start building into momentum. Getting those frags in these rounds is so important. Homie leading the way right now. Newest member, we mentioned it before, of this Winthrop team. 10-5. Having a good game.
Certainly.
College. Blade Storm.
Have that orbital strike ready. There seems to be a economic piece of utility. Oh, wonderful usage there of the trap wire. Rex Gator able to take down 1. It is a 1-for-1 though. And that orbital strike.
They're to deny the plants.
Enough.
They just faked the plant. They knew it was coming. Great heads-up play there from Winthrop, just anticipating the moves of Fisher. 4-on-4 still a viable option here.
Homie's in a rough position right now. I'm not sure what the smoke situation is now. They've got none. They have to fight it straight out. And with the play of Cypher inside of Sands, that is a hope to draw the attention away from B-site, but there's still 2 players looking at it.
Is this going to be just a bait? No, it's just going to be, they don't have a smoke. Might as well try and use the orbital strike. It's effective, and Comey is hitting shots like that against Blade Storms. I guess it doesn't matter.
Seems to be the case. Doozy. Bit of a doozy that they're putting here onto Winthrop. And they're understanding there is a flank. They know someone is coming from A-site. And with A77 removed from the equation, they have to be fast, as time is of the essence. Flair and Nasi holding a crossfire. Hit with the fault line. Maybe that'll be good for them. No, Flair comes out at the perfect moment and lines things up, allows for Nasi to come out of the smoke, out of the confusion, bring in a trade as well.
So, the attack side of Winthrop looking good thus far. They've been able to, despite losing around here and there, really force Fisher into horrific economic situations because they can't win more than 1 round at a time. Just one outlier after outlier. And you see Fisher back on the bad buy. And it's the Blades. This time for Winthrop instead of Fisher. So, Rolling Thunder available, but I don't know that that's going to be utilized. More of this aggression being called out, but it's just a waiting game. And 5 players sitting in spawn.
What can you even do about that? How can you predict something of this magnitude if 5 players on bridge? Now the sound cue might be able to give you a bit of a clue. But even so, Logan doesn't have many options here, especially not with just a sheriff in hand.
I know exactly where you are.
Yeah, his options are limited to fall back or die, pretty much. I like to do the fallback option, which is good for his health. So good for holding on to the site. That is the B site. Heading in. Nazi. That range. You know what? I think I'll say it, Los. Old Stinger does win that.
Yeah. Gotta agree with you on that one. Bro's playing on the wrong patch.
I hate it when that happens. A Blade Storm up draft.
One enemy remaining.
Hello. Peekaboo. Noobs will find Dorian. It's just about over. Logan's the only surviving member of the Fisher College squad.
Any sort of exit would be useful here. Would be a nice change of pace, but you won't find any consolation prize here on round 8. Winthrop up by 4. And it's a rightful time for Dory to bring in a timeout.
Agreed. This is not out of hand. I think that's probably the wrong terminology. And looking back, I mean, this is... I'm pretty sure... I haven't looked at the stats in a minute, but I'm pretty sure this is an attacker map pretty significantly. So I don't think it's unreasonable that Fisher are in this position. They're not out of it by any means, but they do need to figure a way to win some of these rounds. And I think that some of the inconsistency that they're experiencing is mostly due to the fact that the way that they've won some of these rounds is they've continued to be really aggressive defensively. They've tried to gather information, take space in response to what Winthrop are doing. And whilst that's a really good thing, and I'm not knocking them for it, what I am seeing is that sometimes they're just not on the site because they've been aggressive somewhere. And that's made it hard to find retakes.
Also comes down to that previous round. It was simply Rexgator, the lone defender. And I appreciate the stacks. I appreciate the efforts that they're making, but there's not much you could do when you're 1 player versus 4 rushing at you on B, especially if you've got a Stinger in hand. But now real firepower is in the hands of Fisher. But again, it is 1 player against an army of Winthrop.
Yeah, but this time they're not on an island. They have the ability to fall back to get out. Chloric has that frag, and they're going to get aggressive.
Rexgator falls, but Dory and Doozy, they keep things under control. And in a moment's notice, it's Nasi who's the last one alive. And they're stuck. They aren't even on site.
At least they have the spike in hand. That's small victories, I guess. Great work from Logan. That's going to be the closer. The 3rd round now on the board for Fisher. And as mentioned previously, I'm going back to the same point because it is so important. Getting more than 1 round. They can't continue to get reset because look at what it does, right? Forces an insta save. So you essentially win 1 round, lose 2, and repeat the process. That's been the case this entire half, and it needs to stop. Fisher are able to find something resembling an even scenario at halftime, as we have 3 rounds left until that point. So, Fisher back to their own games. 4 towards B this time. They do have a very forward position, Los.
I like it. I enjoy it. And in the last round when they were able to find a pick onto Flare over by Bridge, it was an enjoyable moment that allowed Fisher to have that a bit more confidence in the retake. Well, retake is to say that there was an actual take on A site.
Well, Los, they're not going to know about this A hit, though, until it's really late. Look at where the trap wire is. It's very deep into this site. It's right in front of moves now. Only then will Rexgator be able to call the rotation.
You know, I think they're almost fine with that, but they must have understood seen the location of this trapwire and won't shoot it, won't activate it until the time is right, until the spike is being activated. And Rex Skater feels the pressure, at least a little bit. Will continue moving around and shifting their position just in case someone decides to push into their smoke.
Dueling orbital strikes available here, Los. It's going to be a bit of a fiesta on the site. Not to mention the Rolling Thunder.
A77 with a beautiful kill onto Logan. Florix still in commission. Oh, what a combination. Fault line and moves, jumps right up to remove Tuzi out of ropes. And it feels after all this time that's already been bought. Activation of the showstopper as well. It has to be a save. There's no way that Fisher is reclaiming A.
I feel like Fisher never even... I mean, this is maybe a little over-exaggerated, but it feels like they didn't even try to get in that. It felt like they waited for Winthrop to do something to them, and, well, when that happened, they were like, oh, we gotta save. Like, the call had already been made. Certainly, I'm certain that that wasn't the case, but what I am not certain of is what the plan was there for Fisher. Maybe they were shaping up to use the Orbital Strike and the Rolling Thunder in some specific way, but it didn't work out, and Winthrop has 7 rounds now, 8 a possibility considering, but here's the buy once again. Fisher with those saved weapons have enough to ensure that they at least get secondary purchase.
Hope here for Fisher to walk out in a 7-5 half. Wow! Utility in tandem. Tuzi as well as Dory putting on the hurt. It only secures 1, but it does put a little bit of damage over onto Flare. But 1 frag is all they need.
I was just about to say, only 1. It doesn't matter. 1 is plenty. It's just what they needed. Fisher College once again fast for the rotates potentially. Look at how far up they're playing.
It's a new position for a Rex Skater that haven't been here previously. Maybe this will be the element of surprise. Good for 1. And the Rolling Thunder forces them away. Dory is in such a dangerous position. And the sound cues from the cyber cage let Flare know that there was someone on the other side. Pain shells don't do enough for the kill, though.
How could you know that the Orbital Strike was coming in that position? 3-on-3. It's now up to the Jewels, really.
Ball bangs. Might whittle down the player. A77 still in commission. A double satchel puts Cloric on the staircase. But it doesn't matter too much as Flare with a 3K puts Winthrop 5 rounds ahead of Fisher.
An 8th round guarantee. This attack side is looking spicy right now for Winthrop. 3rd map might yet be on the cards, my friend. I think if Fisher can get 4 here, they're doing okay. 9-3, though, is a great half for Winthrop. It's already a good half, but great is the additional addendum to that good. So, we see what can be had. The loss bonus starting to accrue, and with Fisher able to purchase up whatever they can afford, we head back to B.
Oh, moves is stuck. They've got the shorty, though. It doesn't make a connection, but now with the Vandal in hand, it almost turns into a 2-kill conversion. Flare will make it so. A lot of damage up in tower. And that will be imparted to the rest of Fisher. Activation of the neural theft. 11 information. Dory, only 8 HP. 3 players right around the corner. They want to take that fight, but they know better.
Do they? Oh, me? A little, ambitious, maybe? Oh, I love this here from Winthrop. 3 players committing towards the spawn area, 1 towards Canteen. And there's just no way they anticipate it here for Fisher. I just don't know how they could think this is happening. Joyce around the corner. This will be at least a confirmed half, but both players go down to Flare. 1 with the paint shells, 1 with the bullets. It's 9-3. The curse? Or no?
I'm certainly no believer in voodoo or hexing or what have you.
Yeah, you and I are a bit skeptical on this desk, aren't we?
I think rightfully so. It did have its place in the beginning when superstition in the Valorant community was alive and well, but now magic has died. Radiant Knight,
We're in the technological age.
Radiant Knights has replaced it. It's not magic, Vincent. It's science. It's the science of math and statistics. And statistics usually prove if you could bring this back in the first pistol round, you might have a chance of bringing this map back as a whole.
Very true. We see with Fisher what they have on offer. Last time, they were good on their attack side. So maybe this is just a dueling attack side at hand. Push comes through. It's Logan. Make the first entry.
Oh, nice acquisition of the top rope, and that'll be a good shot onto A77, but they'll remove Dory for their troubles before they find their way out. Logan entering in a duel potentially up on the rafters, but the double smoke denies it completely.
1v3 requirement, and that requirement has fallen by the wayside. Fisher College denied. Winthrop have 10 double digits now. First round of the second half. And what do you do here if you're Fisher? You're suddenly put in a pretty awful position, and do you bring this back? Do you save? Do you buy? Save is the call because you want a gun round, but or not. The buy is in. Time to go. They've gone for the Stingers, the best snipers in the game, formerly best.
Paint shells are going to be right around that corner, especially with the activation of that fault line.
Hi, Logan. It was so fast, man.
Wow.
Like a freaking jet engine.
And then this time, it's caused a big posturing of the players for Winthrop to move over. Did he even see them? I don't even know if that was through the smoke or not. Either way, the deed is done, and it'll continue progressing. But it's not over yet. 2v2. Activation. Hoping to find someone on tower. They don't know the positions of everyone yet, but both players here for Fisher College are gravely injured, and there's nothing they can do to stop the defusal. Not from CT. Or maybe... What?
Chloric, the hero, stops the defuse with moments to spare. And the quad kill from Tuzi. Truly stepping up for the squad of Fisher. The force buy works wonders, and I don't believe it, Los. Rare that we see that investment go their way. Fisher ain't out of this one yet, bud.
Not by a long shot. It's not the 9-3. It's the 4-10. And you know what? That one feels...
4-10 hopium?
That feels a little stronger to me. I'm taking a whiff of the hopium. I think it might be possible for this team, now that they have rifles in hands facing against sheriffs, but we already know that there's no such thing as an easy anti-eco round.
No, not against this squad, not against Winthrop, that's for darn sure. Very spread defense for Winthrop initially, but stacked over back towards the A side. And hey, look, that's where exactly Fisher are going. Crazy how that works. Hi there, Logan. Headshot for you, bud.
Decent amount of damage onto moves from that paint shell, and they don't have to commit to this, and they realize that, especially with the lack of presence on B site.
A lot of shooters there a day. We don't really like that.
Not me personally.
You know, when I have the choice, I usually elect not to get shot at, believe it or not.
You know what? I'm just gonna focus on the game.
You elect to get shot at, Los? No, we're not focusing on the game. I need to know now.
You know, shooters shoot. And live by the sword, die by the sword. Anyway, we're about to find out if the sheriffs and the classics can provide life in the retake for Winthrop. It doesn't feel that that's the case. Comey's right around the corner. They've got a classic. They're trying to be a little rascal. And oh my god, it's actually A77 who puts in the work. They still have something of the nature. Oh! With the half! Lorik almost lost out to But as long as they don't lose the round.
It's not just that. I mean, listen, Khazi, nutty gamer. What the hell was that orbital strike? What was that? They barely even touched a spike, if I'm not mistaken. On an eco round as well. I just would have loved to see him hang on to that for something a little bit more impactful, maybe. Obviously, you never know what the reasoning is, but whoopsies.
With a mismatch there. Either way, pressure applied. Orc will have some opposition there in stand, but now they've got a bigger issue, and that's an operator. Moobs is not shy about using this one, and they have the ability to escape, or rather they did, with the Tailwind no longer in commission. But if they can, if they can remove this sniper from the pit that they're stuck in, it could be a victory. A 1v1. Rex Skater applies that neural theft. Have the information. One more activation of it.
Oh, he's got it. A77 has the info as well.
Dueling ciphers. Well, they knew exactly the same amount of information before the ultimate was used, so that's fantastic.
And a rotation as well from A77. Oh, Rex Skater's created the question marks. He could be both on the close range angle and the farther angle as well.
Going up the stairs. The verticality makes no difference. A77, quick with it, proves they're the superior cipher.
Indeed, they are recovered. By the way, huge shout out to moves on the site there for Winthrop. Los was under pressure, getting pushed by 2 different angles. Still has the wherewithal to turn, get that additional kill. Not only the first that we saw on the player aggressing towards from main, right? But then turns towards Sands and gets an additional kill there. So good. Removes on the operator. I will add on to this as well. I'm a little disappointed in the performance that we're currently seeing from the Jets as a whole. You know?
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that one. Certainly lackluster. I mean, if we're talking Logan specifically, this is a night and day performance.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of my way.
And that certainly is. Well,
I mean, at least Moves is getting the opening picks.
Yeah, I was about to say at least one Jet is performing in this round.
Yeah. If you're getting the opening picks, it's different. Also double duelist, so I guess that also makes a big difference. A little less pressure on your Jet. Though right now, Fisher currently feeling all the pressure. They're down bad right now. It's written into the map. You saw the 6 on the wall? That's because they're 6 rounds down.
Game developer first right there.
They knew from the beginning.
A trapwire to stop them from this entrance. A77 smoked off. I mean, they might be able to send some shots out through the smoke. Almost taking out Tuzi. And Tuzi's still finding a beating through the smoke. No vision necessary to take him down. Tell me up top tower with the judge. I don't know if this is expected. Do they have any idea of who's up in tower? No, it seems it was never even considered. And a judge at that range just makes you feel upset. Winthrop now up 12-5. Fisher College looking dead in the water here on Fracture.
What? I love that Kobe decided to stop defusing, reload the judge, and then continue defusing. Oh, that's brilliant. 4 ultimates as well for Winthrop on match point. It feels like they have just found themselves a perfect situation. Ain't no money for Fisher, no ultimates. Well, 1 ultimate for Fisher. And it feels like the hope leaving Fisher as we speak. At least their hope to win in 2. Would have to do it on a 3rd. Even our 3rd map, by the way. Talk about that more if we get there. And we're underway. Winthrop. They could close it here and now.
Seems that they have to. It feels fated that it will end either this round or in the coming rounds. Fisher College simply too far behind to be able to close this gap. E77 might be capable of another spray through the smoke. Won't be the case. But this is such a scattered situation that Fisher College have found themselves in. Activation of the orbital strike. Everything in the kitchen sink. They are going down here on Fracture. We're
They
headed
pressed
to
all their X's. Every ultimate is gone. 2v4 showstopper now available. This could be another free frag for Caloric, and it will. Caloric bringing this back with a 3K.
Might have spoke too soon. Winthrop still have to overcome this last hump, this last difficulty.
Remaining.
And with a judge in hand, with Comey, the terror of the tower, will hold things down.
It'll be a 77 to close it out. 13-5 for Winthrop. They trade map picks. This has been the storyline, it feels like, occasionally and pretty consistently, actually, throughout this season of Collegiate Valorant. But, oh man, the fact that we saw Winthrop so dominant just suggests that Fisher really were firing on all cylinders as we expected, and we saw back on Pearl. Part of the reason that they were able to find that success and that victory is that when they weren't doing so, Rexgator and unfortunately Logan, the two of them not quite there in the fragging department, was struggling a little bit. That certainly made the difference. And on the defensive side, we talked about how Fisher just struggled to recover from whenever their early round gambits didn't work out, right? They went aggressive. Nobody's there. Well, the site was taken for free. Retaking difficult. Or maybe they go for something aggressive. They get traded or they lose out. Even worse. And getting a recovery difficult as well. A lot of that coming down to those early rounds. And ultimately the defense didn't stand up.
Yeah, unfortunate gambles led to a downfall in the latter half. And in general, the majority of that map, and we'll see if they're able to bring it back, or will Winthrop close it out in a reverse sweep as we head to Haven right after this break. But before we go, we gotta let you know the NACE Starleague runs on Duncan, so click that Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you.
Indeed. And with that, by the way, shouted out our favorite stuff. I got another favorite. Pick up a refresher. Very good, very tasty. Check it out over there at Duncan. With that said, it is indeed time for that break. We'll step in when we come back.
And here it is, the epic conclusion of the NACE Starleague Grand Finals here for Valorant. We're heading to Haven. It is a 3-mapper, Winthrop, Fisher. Who's gonna take it all? And based off of that previous performance, Vincent, it's looking a lot like Winthrop is in the favor.
You know, I think that it's impossible to call this, right? I talked about how, yeah, last time these teams played, it was just last week, and Fracture was easy. It was 13-4, Fisher won. And it was 13-5. Winthrop won. Now, we go back. Let me just take you through the last 2 games that were played here between these 2 teams on Haven. The first one, a 13-2 win for Fisher. You think, oh, well, that's dominant. There's no way that Winthrop could ever win the next one. Nope, 13-10 to Winthrop next. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm here for it. I'm loving it.
Yeah, you know, that's the mystery of the unknown, but it really puts our credibility as casters on the line. We have to know, Vincent. We have to know the answers.
We do. Oh, no. But I don't know, Los. You're putting me on the spot here, man. All right, if I had to take a gander, I'm going to call Fisher for one reason and one reason only. It's because I'm biased as hell, and I know a bunch of Fisher people.
Yeah, no, I do as well. Yeah. Shout out to them. Or not.
Or not. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if I'm actually being honest, slightly biased also, but Fisher has found themselves victorious in the last couple of matchups, though those were best of 5s and this is just a best of 3 against the squad. And for that reason, I think it makes sense that they're probably victorious here as well, based on the history. That said, we have seen the history not repeating itself here.
I think it's all about, personally, the win conditions that appear. Logan getting activated, certainly a win condition. Not the key to success, but if there's a similar performance, yes, of course. If there's a similar performance to what we saw last time, it's a big hit for the Fisher roster as a whole, and you can't have any holes in your defense or offensive capabilities. Losing one player and having one who just isn't performing that well is going to be a big issue that makes the whole system collapse. Of course, there has been some time to recover, go to the bathroom, walk away from the game for a moment to clear your mind, and I believe that there's the possibility we're going to have Map 1 Fisher back in action.
I think that's a real possibility. There's a couple of reasons, though, behind that. I mean, this is a Fisher team that are phenomenal on Haven. They play a lot of Haven. They've beaten a lot of good teams on Haven. Like, I'm just scrolling through here. St. Clair Saints. We've got wins against Winthrop, FIU, TAMU, Scarlet Knights. Like, there's some good teams in there. All I'm saying. In fact, it looks like Fisher beat Northwood on Haven last semester. Not that that's relevant to today, but just saying they're good on it. All right, that's the point.
All right, you don't have to get so violent with me, Vincent.
No, the violence must stay low. I'm a violent man.
That is so wild. They're committing that fault line through A short with nothing else to follow it up. Just like an intimidation fault line.
Well, it could just be to set the tone that, hey, like, this area of the map, it's not free. We're going to fight for it every single round. And to be fair, look, they do have somebody up in short that has that space now.
Fair enough. Bit of an investigation in Garage. Nothing to follow up. Perhaps it's the realization that there's a little too many bodies over here by C. A might be the best course of action, and Winthrop might understand the similar situation with the rotation of the controller.
This is going to be currently an open site, but there's 3 players that are right around the corner. They could commit if they wanted to. The smokes come out. The nebulas, they confirm that ain't nobody going to be home for the time being.
30 seconds left.
A nice entry for them. Short has been cleared. Often a pain point if you don't have that 2-pronged attack to go into A. That can bite you in the behind later on. But everyone is here. All hands on deck for the 5v5 retake, and Moves will be the one to get it started. Paranoia onto 2Z. But Dory has clear vision and anyone who steps inside A site will receive swift punishment.
Enemy remaining.
Indeed, and despite the attempted 1-on-4 there for A77, it's not to be. But let me talk about the one critical piece of utility that's easy to miss, Los, in that defense of the retake, and that's Rexgator. We got 2 kills, but also cut off the retakers. One player dashes forward, that's Moves, who makes an aggressive play with the dash, and then immediately thereafter, the Nanoswarm comes down, forcing the rest of Winthrop to wait. They can't follow up, they can't trade, they can't do a darn thing. And so Fisher takes the round off the back of that. It's just one well-placed bit of utility that denies the retake.
Sometimes it can be as simple, or rather as easy as that. Now moves very far ahead. Oh, thought they were getting away with that one for free. But the last 360 from the drone will reveal their position. But no one here from Fisher College. None of them give a heck. They'll still put their pressure down on mid as well as garage.
And no frags going their way. Rotation now over toward the C site. Will be where both the players will reside here momentarily. At least both the remaining players, I guess I should say. Of Dash 4. Oh, that's tragic for Flair. Thought he had a good idea. Simply dumpstered for the trouble.
Well, I mean, in a situation like this, there wasn't much that Flair was going to be able to do. Perhaps a cheeky one. They would have enjoyed just that. Moves is in a similar situation. They might have a nice little angle or something, but this is not going to work in their favor. Okay, hey.
Los, I need us to work on something. We need to come up with a fun name for like getting a one-tap with a share, right? It's like, listen, you and I both know, coming from CS, one dig is sick. That is a great terminology. We need something for the sheriff. Just in the back of your head, be percolating on that. I'm gonna work on it. We'll,
the single sheriff, the shingle sheriff. So you have the sh sound, right?
like
no.
We'll figure it out.
I've got nothing that's safe for work at the moment.
Yeah, I'm struggling. Maybe chat has ideas. I'm not looking, but hopefully you can go back and steal them. Little early dart, and that same fault line that you were talking about in the pistol round early for Fisher College, out in towards short and towards A long. First gun round is here. Winthrop, they have a lot of presence towards A.
Whole heckin' lot of that. 3 players stuck in, dug in, not willing to give anything up. I mean, you might have a bit of a wild look with moves. They continue to have these peaks, but I don't think anyone on the side of Fisher College, they want to take a commitment or anything of the like without using utility. So moves won't have any freebies on this one, and they've been revealed.
Ooh, a little fake. This owl drone.
Oh!
Should have it. Logan pushing forward and gonna get found.
Beautiful stuff indeed, and that's a call for the full execute. That's the gravity well in the back line. Rexgator annihilates the defenses, and this site belongs to Fisher.
Spike planted.
Just the blind. I think it was a flashpoint that came through alongside the gravity well, made the moves, and confirmation. Paranoia is still on the cards. This is maybe winnable if Flair wants to commit that, but no, they won't go for it. This is a brilliant victory for Fisher, because they've just won the bonus round. They didn't have to fully invest, but they still win it out anyway.
And a huge upgrade, too. They'll take away Vandals. They'll take away rifles that they didn't walk into this one with. And they might even find more. Stuck in this corner. There's no way for them to escape. Save for a dark cover to provide that extra bit of utility. Allow them to walk away with that, but even so, a massive victory for Fisher.
That it is. Winthrop now back to the drawing board. The good news is they have these 2 saved weapons, so at least there's something for them to work with, right? They're not entirely broke. But I think they should still save around these 2 saves. I do see a Marshall. I wonder what kind of cash is left on the backs of Winthrop here. I think they should be okay, but we won't know till we get a peek. Ooh, yeah, it should be fine. A little tight on a couple players, but NACE is not gonna be so successful with that. Marshall.
Here's the play. Logan dashed all the way onto the top of site. I couldn't even tell once we swapped cameras to where they were. But in a matter of moments, I would say in a sequence of 8 seconds, the round has been won by Fisher. A bit ambitious for me to say in the beginning, but considering the hardware, well, you know, I guess really ambitious for me to say based off of that shock dart from A77.
You're not so ambitious based on the quad kill from Logan there. Did he get one of those kills whilst floating? Is that what happened, or did he land? I couldn't tell.
It just feels like, lore-wise, that would happen, right?
You know what? That's true. Remember that conversation that you had going into this map? You were like, yeah, you know, it's all about the win condition. If Logan's playing well, Fisher will be playing well. Yeah, you know what? You were right. I didn't say you were wrong, but you killed it. I don't know, man. Logan just absolutely dominating these first 4 rounds. 9 frags already. And they're going out towards B, which is another ambitious maneuver.
Oh, Logan doesn't even know where the shots are coming from. Rolling Thunder. That's a C-Link Rolling Thunder. How ambitious. You have to love that take. But the question now remains, who is going to survive on the site itself with all these ultimates being imparted?
Winnable, though. Dory's still alive. 2 on 4.
Player standing.
Or maybe not. No, just 1 player remaining. That's Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday's got no angle to make this one work. And even, oh, wow. A77. Great forward thinking to realize it's got to be a garage player considering the posturing of the rest of the team. And, you know, you didn't say that I was incorrect, but you thought it?
No. I didn't think it. You say things and I know they're correct immediately.
Okay. Okay, yes. And you just silently acknowledge it.
Yeah, by dint of low saying it. It's just, that's how it works. At least that's how I understand the world works. Anyway. Big buy here once again. Winthrop back, but with an operator. Did they have this op in the last round? I don't think they did.
I think actually that was the case.
Oh, okay. Oh, and moves this all the way down mid. What a mad lad.
What is even happening right now?
This owl drone is...
There's nothing to stop them. Moobs should never be there. Moobs should never be in a position to find that kill.
He's going back for more. He wants more. Los. Someone stop him. Unminus W key. Gonna find it, but A77 certainly will. Fights on the site. Tuesday will fall, but after getting 1.
Rex Skater, yeah, that could be a solid nano swarm just to get out of range. And honestly, this was such a scattered round for Fisher College that I'm gonna go ahead and say the kill from Moobs, it was a terrible omen for this team.
It certainly was. That is what I would call a tough round with 3 Fs. T-U-F-F-F. The final F, if you're curious, is it's for the F to pay respects for Fisher.
I was thinking that, and I was like, that's gotta be like some wonderful coded messaging right there.
Yeah, I just uncoded it for everyone. Don't worry. Oppa is out this time for Fisher, actually. I mean, winning 4 rounds in a row, nearly flawlessly in some of them, does give you a lot of money to work with, and they are still working with that. But I think this will be the final round that they have that money, unless they can do a lot of damage and or win.
I know where the op is, and The reaction then is to send the op as the vanguard, or the tip of the spear into garage.
Well, unfortunately, that really probably should have been a kill, but when they do get away without losing anybody, so all's well that ends well, I guess you could say. Fisher College, though, going back to this well, the B well.
Let's see if this execution will end in a safe and sound scenario. Last time it was the case, it was a utility dump for the ages.
You should run.
Well, lockdown, gonna be invested. That's definitely gonna make it tough to retake. Comey already gone down as well. Back at the site, Logan has it locked down, leading the charge.
Well, that's an issue for Winthrop. Not just because there's a possibility to get killed while detained. It's just that you have a player outside of commission. They're not able to make a difference. But it seems that it isn't necessary. But Tuzi and Rex Skater finally come alive. Turn it into a 2-on-2. A77 knows there's someone inside that box cubby. And the activation of the gravity well. A77 wants to clear that out. But the perfect usage of that star denied the possibility.
Yeah, that gravity well is so perfectly placed. And Rex Skater, very aware indeed. Tuzi doing some good work with those stars, man. And Logan leading the way once again. Locking down the back of the site and enforcing that nobody shall pass. Nobody can get into the site. And of course, that helps when there's a lockdown in the way of that as well. Fisher College up at 5, despite losing 2 in a row, but that does give them some additional space to work with. I'd be really interested to see if Fisher, maybe they change the pace this round. Or not. Seems like a more passive approach is going to be the name of the game, at least over towards A-Long for the time being. And in fairness to them, Winthrop, they did get aggressive a couple of rounds in a row there, and Fisher were caught off by it.
It's much more important to play their game, play the way that they always do, no matter what the round is. If you get too excited, you might end up costing yourself, especially when you've worked to build up a nice lead. You don't want to throw that away off of pure ambition and confidence. Or overconfidence, rather.
It is a tale of as old as time.
Oh my god. And so is moves on the op. A cautionary tale at that. You do not want to mess with them, but Logan strikes back twice as hard. It will be the site attempt taken. Logan now swapping weapons. Doesn't matter what they're working with. Whether it Phantom or Operator, they will always find their mark. Fisher College will find their 6th round instead.
Good adjustment from Logan, right? You could see both the players towards the site and towards CT there. They were expecting Logan to be in a position down low. Logan just repositioning up towards the top of the Radiant boxes it's just good to keep your opponents guessing, and it also, even when he doesn't win that fight, makes it easier to trade out those frags because it's harder to adjust the crosshair from that wider angle. Small thing, but can mean a big difference as we go back to the drawing board, at least for Winthrop, and it seems that Moves isn't done yet. Moves once more. Well, this Aldrone can find it.
Oh, no. Certainly not. Movement mechanics gotta be commended by Moves in that moment. Unfortunately, it costs all of the utility that they have to offer.
Hunter's Fury?
I think they caught a player at the very end in that final one.
I mean, there was 3 players like in the same spot, so you would have to be entirely off not to catch somebody there.
Caught a player too, so you know. At least someone was hit, I think you could say.
For sure. Looking back to the A site, and they'll be leaving it wide open. I'm sure that's to their liking. I'll dash forward into the cloud burst, and oh boy, Moves. Not a chance. Clark was so prepared. Poor Moves didn't even have a gun out.
Nice guess from A77. Sadly, that doesn't give them a grand opportunity to capitalize off of. Because as it stands, all 5 players still remain in sight and in control, and there's not much utility to take it back from them. Will be Fisher College waiting this one out, and I'm not sure if Winthrop even wants to fight it.
I was about to say, all of the utility that would have been there has just been invested. So, with Winthrop not really getting anything out of said utility, or at least getting any kills, just exits the name of the game. E77, though, will pay with it for his life. The ambition rewarded.
Revealing area.
So, Winthrop down 2-7 here. This is definitely starting to look like the best Fisher we've seen yet. I mean, back on Pearl, it was close all the way. Fisher really haven't had a significant lead. If I recall correctly, Fisher never led on Pearl until it was 11-10, right?
I believe that's the case. And now they have a fantastic lead of 5 rounds ahead of their opponents, who are about to go in a round that is make or break for the economy. If they lose this one again, they're back at the bargain bin. Or, I'm not exactly sure where this buy is going. They do have 4 ultimates, though.
I mean, they're sort of still there at the bargain bin. Look at the Sheriff. The Blade Storm, though, will make it a lot better. And, well, Moobs, is there anything that he won't go down mid with?
A lot that he won't, but a whole lot more that he shouldn't. End of the day, there still is a frag secured, and I believe that's coming out of A77 all the way from garage doors.
Little bait and switch scenario. Unfortunately, A77's paying a very hefty price, and that's death. Served all alone. It's up to now an A take once again, and look at the stack. It's towards C with that kill, and the A site is open for the taking.
Nobody here. A Nebula activated, but no one's even in range to hear that take place. And it's so free that this corner placement of the spike allows for a post-plant angle from either short or long.
This lockdown, though, might be the difference maker. Rolling Thunder as well from the shadows, gonna gather information. It's denied, but spray from Nasi is good.
I think the nanostorms have been destroyed. There's not much that they could do about it. What? It wasn't halved?
What? Why
it
not?
Wasn't. Oh! Okay, well, in the end, it still will be a successful retake from Winthrop, but how many ultimates were committed in this moment?
All
I think at least, yeah, at least 3. 4.
4, I think. From the shadows. Rolling Thunder, lockdown. Didn't they have a... Yeah, they had a Blade Storm this round, didn't they?
I think so as well. Yeah. Everything was needed to recover that round, and that is quite telling. When it requires 4 ultimates. I mean, that is true. It secured them the round. So,
as I say, ultimates don't win games, rounds do, and if it takes all of them to get a round, then it's an investment well taken. But it's certainly not the efficiency with which you would have hoped to see those used. Winthrop taking them a lot to get a little, but now they are faced up against a fast, aggressive Fisher play down towards C.
Logan's already on top of the box, but they won't stick around for it for too long. Nobody is here on site. This is such a common situation. The Fisher walk on for free.
Oh, no.
Logan putting down the pain. A Rolling Thunder to follow it up. And this is a guaranteed 8th round. I mean, you already could see. Moobs is not even considering entering this fight.
A77 just kind of thinking about it, trying to get an exit, but Logan reaggressing straight through. Might even catch him on the exit here. I will do so. Freebie. Goodbye, my friend. Logan with another 3K into this round and moves operator in hand, at least. That's the good news. The bad news is he's not only alone, but fighting for his life.
It's the shot. I don't think there's any chance of a second engagement and a second encounter to remove that up from the hands of Moobs. It was getting a little dicey there.
A little spooky, yeah. But final round of this half. 9-3 possibility would be a bit of a repeat. 8 for another opportunity as well. Operator, that's the saved one. But then a Guardian, a Bulldog, and a little less armor than they would have hoped to be working with for Nazi and Flare. But nonetheless, a round for Winthrop to win. This is what they need to be thinking, or at least the mindset. Look at this aggression, though. Got Flare down towards C Long, and it seems to me like there's an idea of this being the case.
Flare thought they had a quick freebie. The double stack of Logan providing that protection. He's also brought down Boom, so 10 HP. Already off the rip, this final round of the first half is not looking good for Winthrop.
That's the operator player. That's the one who saved in the last round. That's just not ideal. Of course, you don't have to just have to hit the one shot and you're good. You don't have to be in a long, extended fight with the op, but still, the light to be a bit more healthy. That flash does give the question to Winthrop that maybe this is still going to be an A hit. Instead, the approach towards C is where we are at.
Such a quiet, slow descent onto the site. Moves is good for one, and that's all they needed before they fell. Nasi here with the Guardian, stopping the aggressive play. It will stay alive, and the flashpoints will keep them so. And a beautiful second shot. Comey as well, laying down the pain, and it's just up to Tuzi to clutch this one out. But now they've been hit in a flank. They have to find this fight onto Comey before they're pinched, and it's too late. But Comey will keep this site secure. And Winthrop will earn a fourth to close out the first half.
Solid victory there to pick up that fourth round, but it wasn't pretty. It wasn't a good half in general there for Winthrop. What I will say for them, though, is that they didn't look lost or anything. They had actually a pretty coherent half where they rotated pretty well. They just couldn't ever find a retake victory. Like look at how many bomb explosions there are here. Like, they had 2 defuses over the course of those 12 rounds. Out of, let's see, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 2 out of 6? Like, that's not great numbers.
Maybe some great numbers will be put up in this moment, as it's a full-on rush through long. Paranoia is sent out. Flash is sent out. Everything they need moves in the back line as well. Swap in the Frenzy might be able to provide them some comfort and some stability with a fresh magazine. The spike is planted, and it's a 4v5 for the retake.
The key here for Fisher is just getting an opening, finding a way into this. They're going to have to all go here and now.
Uzi needs to swing well. Logan and Rex Skater are putting in the pain. Rex Skater continues. But Logan is unable to provide that extra support. It will be Winthrop taking the first. And hopefully, the fans in that university taking the second in the anti-eco. But we know that nothing is guaranteed here.
No, for sure, they've been pretty good at these situations. We saw in that first series that we casted as well that Oklahoma Christian were in the same boat. Winning some serious thrifty rounds. Either way, this one on paper should be relatively easy. Speaking of things that are going well, Logan, 19 frags after the first half. That is the hard carry number just about.
Kind of the number we were looking for at the beginning of this map, right, Vincent?
I mean, I think you could have been doing a little worse and then still be good, but yeah. I'd say this is a crazy performance, but yeah. Certainly a character that we expect to step up in this way.
3 players stacked on this site. Winthrop certainly not expecting a defensive capability of this caliber. All lines prepared on either side. As soon as it's activated, it's going both ways. Boobs is hit with it. What is happening? Will the classic actually come through? 2 headshots for Tuzi, and now with the flashpoint, they're hoping for more. But it's responded with Boobs getting a double off the Phantom, but they are gravely injured.
Ah, they are. And look, there's 2 players quick on the flank. Will be tough to anticipate. Damage done, indeed. And, oh, great cover moves. Oh, that was incredible. Just up and over. The shock dart, no efficacy.
Wow. Sustainability there. The ability for Winthrop to take so much damage but not allow another player to fall and hold on to 3 upgraded weapons. That is what you love to see.
So, victory, but at a cost. Winthrop, I mean, what are they looking at in terms of weaponry this round? It's okay. I think it's pretty good, actually. I saw one Frenzy, but I think that's the only pistol, and it's otherwise got a couple of rifles. Yes, indeed. So, Fisher solo towards the seaside.
Oh, moves is dashing through everything. It feels like an obstacle course, and they are surviving it. A movie engagement, and no one is walking away harmed. In fact, all the utility has done absolutely no damage. Logan is hoping to change that fact, but this is not the time to do it. Glorik, however, with a 3K, and Dory to follow it up. The firing squad is here. A77, just 30 HP. These players are working like a SWAT team. They will not go down.
They're an angle after angle. And that was an incredible come from behind performance there from Glorik, though. I think still the in-game leader of this squad, if I'm not mistaken. Working wonders. Now, granted, up against the bonus round, and it wasn't exactly free, so Fisher, a good round, but they're going to need to continue that if they want to find more. Remember, this is the final map. This is the grand finals. Every round here counts big time.
Picking stock. Not really any ultimates available for this one. This is going to be pure gunplay, pure skill. Boom starts it off. They have the information off the dart. Blinded as a bat. Susie has no chance, no choice but to die. Red Skater will find retribution from CT. Plant is swift. 3 players on the flank.
Yeah, speaking of Swift, that is incredibly fast, but problem being, I don't know if it's going to be fast enough. There is going to be players looking for it. Oh, and Flare walks right into it.
Logan, another one for their name. We also have Clark checking the site proper, realizing no one's on here. Destruction of the utility on the spike itself will provide safety. An ambitious play for sure. Here on long, A77 is the last one alive, and they've got nothing to work with, nothing but themselves. Halfway is the defusal mark, but it doesn't matter. Logan off a 4K. Simply incredible.
Yeah, Logan is having a phenomenal game right now. Simply absurd that he's been able to find success. The consistency with which is unheard of thus far in this series, really. 23 and 12. And a 10-6 scoreline. Now 2 in a row there. It's going to force Winthrop back onto a save. They got Stinger Shorty by. This is a very effective strategy, or at least it can be. Especially if they go towards B, which they will be doing. The Blade Storm out. The dash. Fight for it. There it is. To the B site.
Well, B's been taken. That sure is nice. Until it gets to the point where you realize no utility from your opponents has been baited out at all. And the second you get on there, it will be dumped upon you.
Yeah, that's sort of the B side situation. You go early, and they have guns and utility, you just kind of lose. Unless you can pull out something amazing. 3 players remain to find what would be amazing. 28 HP here for Rex, but Logan on the flank, and this is none alive. I very quickly corrected.
Yeah, mid-word, you were correct. You weren't even done saying it.
No. My bad, Fisher. I'll step it up. Step up the pace there.
11-6 now, the current scoreline, and things are not looking good for Winthrop University. It is a dire reflection in the mirror of reality that they are not doing as good as they were hoping. It's basically Fracture, but in the horrible Twilight Zone. Fisher College, they're popping off. Logan is going an absolutely incredible game. 24, certainly on the way to the 30 bomb. It continues in this manner, and they are not showing signs of stopping.
Well, maybe moves can be the difference maker. Logan and Clark, their aggression. Logan, another 3K. The pace continues, Los.
Now Moobs has to recover that spike. But I'm not sure if Logan realizes this is where they're coming from. Did they get all the way into sight? How wild would it be? Unaware of the location. But finally, the process of elimination has led to another one, just the name. 2v1 though. Winthrop. It's all up to Moobs right now to stop map and series point from taking place.
Grand final on the line. This is where legends are made, but the legend of Logan is currently at its forefront.
Match point.
Maybe this legend turns to a myth as 27-13 here in the grand finals. Map 3, where it matters the most, where you need to deliver. And I think it would be unfair not to mention Tommy and Flair dueling 6 kills here. I mean, Dory's in the same boat, but they're winning 12-6, so who cares?
Well, also 14 assists on that as well.
Fair. Great point.
No, a big assist guy. Oh my god. That was... Dory still finds a death! Unbelievable. Logan imparting pain as well. A 3-on-3. Cosmic Divide. 3-on-2, rather. Excuse me. 2 players left alive to save Winthrop, to bring them back into a glory scenario. Rolling Thunder used on A. No one on the receiving end. Chloric falls, a brilliant shot from Moobs. They turn it on a 2v2. A winnable scenario. Moobs actually interested in continuing further, but they only find Rex Skater with open arms. Nazi hoping to stop it. A preventative measure of finding the shot in CT, but they only find themselves falling flat on their face as Fisher College will close out the series and this season as your NACE Starleague Open Premier champions.
Simply a phenomenal series here. Fisher College, they looked good pretty much throughout, but Winthrop's resurgence on Fracture was not something to be trifled with. Once they got onto Haven, I mean, it really was. It's crazy how accurate the statement of will Logan be the guy to show up, like, just became the reality as we continued forward. Had about 18 frags in the first half and maybe got to 28 there at the end. Definitely 27. Honestly, I don't know, but it really doesn't matter. Was the carry, no doubt about it. Chloric had some really impactful plays on that last map as well. And as a general rule, I thought that Doozy played very well, but you can't stop Logan on that duelist role on Haven.
No, certainly not. They had awoken, and that was the rise of Fisher, the downfall of Winthrop. I mean, the performance from Winthrop back on Fracture was sublime. They were messing around with Fisher at that point, and you would think that energy would carry on into Haven, but it simply didn't feel that way. Regardless, Fisher have done it. They've won the season, won the championship, and we're going to get a chance to talk to one of the players right after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. NACE Starleague will conclude after this break. Welcome back to the NACE Star League. It is over. Valorant Grand Champions have been crowned, and it is Fisher College in the very end on map 3. We always knew it was going to be a 3-mapper, and joining us is someone we've been mentioning quite a bit. It's Logan. Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
Another one for the Fisher College trophy room, I imagine. How are you feeling after this W, my man?
Feeling pretty good. I performed pretty well too, so that's good.
Some would say.
Some would say, yeah.
Some would certainly say. I need to share that the conversation that Los was having with me going into the final map was, what are the win conditions? Does Logan just pop off and then they win? That was the question. So I want to ask you, since we were talking about it, what was that like going into the third map? Was that also the conversation in the team speak?
I would say so, but also like we knew that we had to make adjustments everywhere, and like everybody had to work together. They were going C, which was our weak side a lot, so like those guys had to hold it down too, and give me opportunities to shine basically. So I think everybody did well.
Well, I think it would be it does bear bringing up that this is now you guys 2-time back-to-back champions. Obviously victors last season against U Alberta and now up against Winthrop. What does that mean for the Fisher program? Like, what does that mean to you guys? Just kind of talk me through that.
It means a lot. We've been practicing a lot. We've been grinding a lot. We're very busy all the time here. We're playing, practicing, playing tournaments. So, you know, we want to win as much as we can, have enough trophies, you know, behind me. So it means a lot to us. And we've been practicing for this for a long time. So.
Speaking of trophies, some trophies a little bit more difficult to actually ascertain. As I see, hey, look, I found them. I found
there they are.
trophy.
There they are.
The reason that some of those trophies can be a little more difficult, mostly due to Northwood, though, and I want to ask you about them because you guys are sitting number 2 power ranked team right now. Northwood obviously number 1. You guys don't get a chance to play Northwood all that often. What is that like? Do you want to play them more?
Oh yeah,
100%. Or
we want to play them 100%. The only time we've played them was Red Bull, actually, and that was a really close series. We could have came out on top. FERBSA, Northwood went crazy, obviously. We would love to play them. We think we have what it takes to beat them, and we just want to prove it. We want to play them, and we know it would be fun too.
Comes down to those opportunities. I mean, if you want to be that number 1 team in the North American region, you got to face them. But I believe that will be happening sometime in the future, Logan. But thinking about just this map in general, there was one moment on Haven. Moobs pushed your spawn with the op. What were the comms after being on the receiving end of that?
That was hectic, surely. We were very surprised. He's just in there with the op. He's down mid. We're, you know, who's holding what. But we moved on pretty quickly after that round because obviously, like, it was hectic. So we just have to move on and play the next round. So.
All right. Well, you did amazing, and congratulations on the victory, Logan. Thank you so much for joining us this season, and we can't wait to see how you and the rest of the team continue throughout the collegiate scene.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, folks, that's going to wrap it up for the semester. Valorant has ended, and our hearts are broken, but we just had so much fun with you. We can't wait to see you next semester, but there's still going to be more NACE Star League action this weekend at Butler University. Finals for, I believe, Counter-Strike, Rocket League, Rainbow Six, League of Legends. Stop me, Vincent. Tell me what else is there.
Super Smash Brothers, and I think that's it. Probably. I think you got them all. It's been a pleasure over the course of this season, and with you, Los. Love being with you, my friend. Unfortunately, that does mark the end of our time together today. 2 awesome series, though, as we get to close it out in style.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us here at the NACE Star League. Thank you for being Valorant lovers, esports lovers, and Los and Vincent lovers. We'll see you next semester, everyone. Peace.
See you later.